requesting that all cell phones, electronic devices be turned off or in a mute position so as not to disturb the meeting. Any member of the public also has the right to make an audio or video recording of an open session of a public meeting. A member of the public wishes to record a meeting must first notify the chair and must comply with reasonable requirements regarding audio or video equipment established by the chair so as not to interfere with the meeting. The chair is also required to inform other attendees of such recording at the beginning of the meeting. We are being recorded by Mr. White, an independent producer for WCTV tonight. Is there anyone else that wishes to make a recording? Seeing none. So you understand our general layout. Usually our committee members sit in the back and on the side, and we put everyone up here so that the public gets a clear picture of your response to our questions. We do that so that you can make your case nice and clear to everyone and they don't see the back of your head. All right, they get to watch my dome. Okay. We will attempt, by the way, to any employees or guests from out of town, we'll attempt to deal with them first as a courtesy. And also keep the overtime down. Yes. They're all on salary. Why am I over here? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We keep our back. I slept all day.
Close to the door.
Came earlier. Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Paulson.
Hello there. Hi, folks. Oh, what a crowd tonight.
Yeah, the first article we'd like to address is Article 42, the Affordable Housing Trust. Article 42.
I don't know, whatever version we have right now.
To see if the town will vote to amend the bylaws of the town of Wareham, Division 3, Article 3, Wareham Affordable Trust. Term of office from the trustee shall be appointed for a 2-year term, commencing on July 1 and ending on June 30, or until such time as the successor is appointed. Should said appointment be delayed. To read, the trustee shall be appointed for a 3-year term so arranged that nearly an equal number of terms shall expire each year, commencing on July 1 and ending on June 30, or until such time as the successor is appointed, should said appointee be delayed. Chair, I entertain a motion for favorable action.
Motion for favorable.
Mr. Trudell, second.
Second.
Second, Mr. Gray, since you're here today. Okay. I'll give you an opportunity, Mr. Slavin.
This is Sandy Slavin. I'm the chair of the Affordable Housing Trust. This is an attempt to give us a staggered appointment schedule so that we don't have everybody up and reappointed every 2 years, so we will have them for a 3-year period like most of the other committees in town.
Very good. Any discussion?
No.
Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Have to count now. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 0, 0.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you
evening.
very much.
Thank you.
Next article would be number 37. Would you also please identify yourself for the record?
Good evening, all. I'm Peter Sanborn from the
Okay,
CETA
one second,
office.
I have to read the article.
Pardon?
I need to read the article so we know what we can say.
Okay.
Article 37, to see if the town will vote to expend interest earned from loan repayments made between the town of Wareham and Wareham residential property owners as authorized under Chapter 3, 27D1 and 1/2, and or Chapter 29C of the General Laws for use for the administration of the septic loan program, and for 2 additional so-called betterment loan projects or to do or act in any manner relative thereto. Chair, I please entertain a motion for favorable action.
So moved.
Mrs. Bronx, second.
Second.
Second, Mr. Trudell. Sanborn?
Okay,
Explain what
thank
we're
you.
doing in the article.
Sure. Well, this article stands alone. It's also somewhat related to Article 34, which is actually, you're requesting authorization for new funding round on the septic program. This is essentially a housekeeping article under the rule, under, excuse me, the policies and regulations of the DEP septic revolving loan program. The town actually annually is supposed to, if it chooses to use interest, is supposed to adopt this motion, whereas town meeting authorizes the town to use interest earned on the septic loans, which are loaned out at 5%, to be used either or both for the costs associated with the administration of that program, and to apply it to further loan proceeds.
Any discussion? Mr. McDonald?
Is there a amount on that? Is there an amount?
The town has been participating in this program for several rounds. It's currently in the 6th round. The rounds have been $200,000 each. My understanding is that the first round actually was, the monies dispersed were slightly less than 200,000. Right now, we're about, we have approximately 150,000 of the $200,000 committed. So these rounds cumulatively are right now totaling about $1 million.
So this is for the interest on those loans? The
This is
money.
no, I'm not talking about, the loan principals are $1 million.
Okay.
So it's the 5% interest on
And
$1
that's
million.
what I'm looking for, is do you have a figure on that percentage, of what that amounts to?
I do not have a figure on that.
What's the interest rate on the loans? About
5%.
5%. So
Yeah, but he's not using all the money, so you got any kind of compounding factor. So.
It's just it authorizes them to reuse that money for additional loans.
I was just curious.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 7-0-0. Back to Article 34, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $200,000 for the purpose of financing the repair, replacement, and/or upgrade of septic systems pursuant to agreements with the Board of Health and residential property owners, including without limitation all costs thereof as defined in Chapter 29C, Section 1 of the general laws. And to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow $200,000 and issue bonds and notes therefore under Chapter 3, Section 127B and a half, and/or Chapter 29C of the general laws. The project and financing costs shall be repaid by the property owners in accordance with those agreements, but such bonds or notes shall be general obligations of the town, with the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow all or a portion of such amount from the Massachusetts Water Pollution Abatement Trust, established pursuant to Chapter 29C, and in connection therewith to enter into a loan agreement and/or security agreement with the trust, and otherwise contract with the trust and the Department of Environmental Protection with respect to such loan, and for any federal or state aid available for the project or for the financing thereof, and that the Board of Selectmen or Board of Health is authorized to enter into a project regulatory agreement with the Department of Environmental Protection to expend all funds available for the projects and to take any other action necessary to carry out the project or to do and act in any other manner relative thereto. How's that for a good explanation, huh? Chair will entertain a motion. Okay, for favorable action.
Motion for favorable
Mr. Trudell, second. Mr. McDonald? Would you like
Yes.
to just give us a
Peter
brief
Sanborn still.
recap?
Yeah, this motion is identical in language to the motion that was included in the town meeting article, which I believe was fall 2010 town meeting. Don't take that as gospel, which authorized the town to apply for, which it has subsequently done, round 6 funding. So the language is absolutely identical. As I said in speaking about the on Article 37. We have about $50,000 uncommitted from the current round 6 of that 200,000. We're projecting that money will be fully committed and expended. We're not certain, but I would think late summer, sometime in the fall. By having this authorization, the town, when it exhausts the existing funding under round 6, could immediately proceed without interruption to apply for round 7 funding.
Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? 7-0.
I'll
I'm
abstain.
sorry.
I'll abstain because I wasn't here.
701. No, I just, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next article addresses Article 7, which is the appropriation for the Upper Cape Technical School. Which, John, please? Article 7 is to see if the town will, will vote to raise and appropriate $2,595,519.19 as its share of the operating capital costs of the Upper Cape Cod Regional Vocational Technical High School District in the fiscal year July 1, 2012 to June 30, 2013, and to do an act in any manner relative thereto. Motion for favorable action?
Make a motion.
Second.
Second is Mrs. Brown. Good evening, Mr. Brown.
Good evening. On behalf of the Upper Cape Cod Regional Technical School District, I want to thank you for having us both here this evening. With me tonight is Mr. Robert Dutch, our Assistant Superintendent Principal, and our Superintendent-elect. As I've already announced to my committee, and I will be retiring at the end of this school year after 33 years of service to the children of Wareham, Warren, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Marion, and I look forward to Mr. Dutch's leadership and him using the resources from the FY13 budget for the children of our district. I'd also like to introduce in the audience the chairman of our school committee at Upper Cape Tech, a resident of the town of Wareham, Mr. Robert Fichtenmeyer, right back here. Thank you.
Would you like to join?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you.
He's always here to,
We may have some questions for you, sir.
I'll be happy to answer them,
he's
sir.
always here to support us. We appreciate
Very
it.
good, thank you.
Mr. Dutch will do the presentation, and if there are any questions along the way, we're both here to answer them.
I'd like to thank you for the opportunity as well. You have the handout that I've given you, which is a representation of our presentation. I will go through each of these slides where there are significant potential questions around dollars. I'll focus on those particular line items and explain any differences in increases or decreases for you. As you look at the first slide, you'll see some highlights represented. This budget represents a 3.2% increase over fiscal year 2012. There were no cuts to programs or services. It is level serviced. And then there were no increases to non-salary accounts, including utilities, supplies, equipment. I draw your attention to the next slide, some guiding principles that we considered in the process of developing the budget. I'm not going to read each of these to you, but I would draw attention to the first word in each of these, and you'll notice that in the majority of the guiding principles, we are looking to maintain and sustain what we have and not add to what we've already been able to accomplish. So I want that to be a key point that you take away from this presentation. On the next page, as we start to talk about the actual dollars, the superintendent's office, you'll see, is one of those line items that does have an increase of $25,000. That is as a result of an overlap. I will become the acting superintendent July 1st. Mr. Farr does not retire officially until August 7th. So there is an overlap in that time frame where we're both being paid, and that's the bulk of that difference that you see there. There's a slight decrease in principal and instructional leads. That's in anticipation of promotions from within. We have already filled the principal's position, which I'm vacating. We are in the process, is now our director of curriculum is moving into the principal's position. So you'll see a decrease as we continue to backfill, hopefully within, but regardless, anticipating that each of those new positions will come in at a lower salary than what the person departing the position is in. If you look at the next slide, teaching subtotal, you'll see a little bit over $300,000 increase. That is a result of two things. One are contractual obligations. The first is a 2% raise for all teachers. Teachers also receive their step increase as they attain additional years, up to 13 years. They move up in steps. And then finally, as they attain additional degrees, they move across the salary schedule and receive pay increases from that perspective. We also had two positions that were cut 4 or 5 years ago that were funded last year through EduJobs, part of the Race to the Top and the federal government's assistance. That money is gone this year, so those two positions are in our budget now, which were not in the past.
Excuse me, is that under professional development?
No, that's under teaching.
Under the teaching? Okay.
It counts for that increase in that line item.
Professional development has increased by $10,000. As you may be aware, the state is requiring all schools to evaluate teachers and administrators using a new instrument, and that's going to involve some professional development for our staff, so we've allocated an additional $10,000 there. The next two line items are virtually static. If you go to instructional technology, that's the same. Student services, that is purely the contractual 2% increase for all personnel and student services. Psychological services and health services are virtually the same. Our athletic program, you'll see, has increased by $25,000 as well. We added football a year ago, was not in the budget, it was funded outside of the budget last year. This year we've included it in the budget. Additionally, we've had to add some JV soccer for girls and boys, additional costs for officiating that go beyond our control, that are within the MIA's control. So that's where you're seeing that increase. Student activities, school security, those are contractual obligation increases there. As you go to the next page, to the next slide, operation and maintenance, you'll see a $25,000 increase for custodial subtotal. We are looking to add a half-time custodian in the evening, and that's where you're seeing that cost. This is a position that was in the budget 3 years ago. That person left to become a teacher. We never filled that position, and we're finding the need to bring that position back. Heating and utilities, ground subtotal, maintenance of buildings, and maintenance of equipment, you can see is static. As we look at fixed charges, employee benefits, you see a decrease of approximately $80,000. That is the savings in health insurance with the change to a look-alike plan similar to the GIC. We've been able to save about $80,000 that we're able to put, that's represented in the budget. Part of the reason that number is not bigger is, as required by legislation, 25% of our savings has to go back to the employees, and that's calculated, so that's outside of this already.
That's just that 1 year.
Just 1 year, correct. Other insurance liability and whatnot is constant, so that our total foundation budget is $11,805,000. If you then look at anticipated revenue or reductions to our foundation budget, we anticipate level funded Chapter 70 at $2,848,000. Like everyone else, our interest revenue is decreasing, and we anticipate $20,000. Deferred tuition is still $24,874. Municipal Medicaid, which no doubt will disappear in the next few years, is down to $10,000, and we have applied $180,000 of excess and deficiency against the budget. Just a point of information for you, over the last 5 years, Upper Cape Tech has put $1,050,000 back to the towns from excess and deficiency against the budget. So that our net foundation budget is $8,722,282. Additional costs that are borne by the towns are transportation costs. We know that the state promised 100% reimbursement, which has never been a reality. We'd love to see 80%, but in reality we're seeing 55%. The district provided transportation, our 2 bus routes plus our after-school runs, is $226,578. You see an increase in that line item. That is due to an additional position for a transportation coordinator. Currently, we have 3 different people handling the coordination of transportation and the maintenance of our fleet. We're looking to have 1 person responsible for that. You see savings and stipends in other positions elsewhere in lieu of that. Our contracted transportation, you also see about a $32,000 increase. That is as a result of the uncertainty. We have 6 bus routes up for bid this year. Don't know what those costs are going to be. We anticipate them being higher than they were the previous 5 years, and mostly due to fuel costs. So that our total transportation is $807,498. The anticipated transportation aid, 55% of that is $399,449. So that the net transportation to the towns is $408,049. The next page, our LPN program is a self-sustaining program. You can see that the cost to run that program is $267,061. Our tuition revenue is $270,000, so there is a net gain of nearly $3,000, which goes against your transportation costs. So that brings the transportation costs down to $405,110. We look at the next category, which is capital budget. We've level funded that at $120,000. Our bond principal remains constant at $275,000. There are 2 years left on that bond principal. And then the bond interest is down to $20,870, so that your total capital budget is $415,870. I'll jump over the graduation rate comparison. You can see that for yourself. I would only point out that Upper Cape Tech does an outstanding job in maintaining students and helping them attain that diploma. As you look at the enrollment, that's what determines your cost of our total budget. As you look at Wareham, you have 1 fewer student this year than you had last year. Our total enrollment, on the other hand, is 664, which is down 28 students. You can see that your percent of our operating budget has gone from 32.6% to 33.8% because you only lost 1 student. If you turn to the next page, the line graph is the same data depicted in the line graph. We then go to the capital budget, which is calculated in a different way. The capital budget is determined based on the number of students in Wareham, grades 1 through 12, as a percentage of the total population of the 5 towns that are members of the Upper Cape Cod Regional District. So that your capital budget is 22.7%, which is down from last year's 23.1% because you lost exactly 100 students from FY12 to FY13. If you turn the page and you look at the slide labeled E&D Town Reduction, that is the dollar amount that you save as a result of Upper Cape putting $180,000 back into the budget from excess and deficiency. So this year, the savings is $60,181 for Wareham because you have such a large percentage of our operating budget, nearly 1/3. A comparison for you of actual net school spending. If you look on the left, and we'll focus on Wareham, you'll see how much you actually spent each year. So in FY11, you spent $30,486,184 on your schools versus what you're required to spend. So the column on the far right, where you see $807,000, that's a dollar amount over what you were minimally required to spend, and it represents 2.7% above what you were minimally required to spend. You can see Upper Cape is only at 3.7% above what's minimally required. When you compare that to Bourne, Falmouth, and Old Rochester and Sandwich, it's significantly less, both in Wareham and at Upper Cape Tech. The next graph is a trend, and I focus your attention on the two top lines. You'll see that as required net school spending increases, actual net school spending has increased at a equal level. If you look on the next page, that's the same information for Wareham, and you can see that those two top lines are pretty consistent with one another, which indicates that when your enrollment goes down, your spending goes down, and vice versa, which is a static spending for you. I wanted you to have the opportunity to take a look at where the $8 million goes, or the $11 million goes. You'll see that 62% goes to instruction, 5% to administration, nearly 3.5% to student services. The remainder, operations and maintenance and fixed charges, represents 29%. Those are dollars that are specific to a regional school district that would normally be on a municipal side. So 29% of our budget has nothing to do with educating students. It has to do with running a town primarily. So I draw your attention to that. The next graph represents where the increase is going to that we're asking for, to give you some perspective on how lean this budget is. As you look at the $366,000, almost $367,000, 64% of that is contractual obligations. The other 18.5% is represented by the two jobs that were grant funded. Fixed charges and supplies and contractual make up the balance of that, so you can see where that increase goes. I also thought it would be worthwhile to give you some perspective on how this increase relates to the increase that we've asked for and gotten in the past. And you can see that in 2010, we had less than a 1% increase. We cut 7 positions at that time. Since then, we have slowly been recouping those positions along with the contractual increases that we're obligated to, so that you see that the 3.2% is not significant in comparison to FY06, FY07, FY08. So we clearly have gotten the message. A couple of points that I'd like to make on the next slide. I rely heavily on data. I think it tells a lot. I've done some research, and in comparison to all of the other regional technical schools in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the average per pupil expenditure is $15,144. The median is $14,985, and Upper Cape Tech spends $14,486, less than the median and the average. The next slide gives you even a more significant picture. In comparison to the other regional technical schools in Massachusetts, only one school spends less per pupil than Upper Cape Tech, and that's Essex Agricultural in Manchester. So from my perspective, and I hope from yours, as you look at the costs versus the outcomes, I think you're obtaining an outstanding value for what you are spending, and we certainly appreciate that, and we continue to strive to do more with what you provide for us. The last page is your assessment, which you've already mentioned as a part of the article. So I would open it to questions at this point.
Before we start with any questions, this is obviously a PowerPoint presentation. We'll give you an email address. Could you forward that to us? So
I
that
can.
we can post it as part of our minutes and the public would have access to it.
Absolutely. Be happy to do that.
Fantastic. Okay, any questions? Paul? Mr. Paul?
I have several. Let me just start with a couple of them, and starting from the back here. The FY13 approved assessment is $2.595 million for the town.
Correct.
In our budget here that you don't see, we have looks like 989. In other words, several $100,000 more than that. And I'm wondering what the disconnect is, if I'm misreading this or misinterpreting it.
Our assessment as was voted by the approved budget, whatever the placeholder that was put into the budget when the town administrator and Mr. Sullivan were doing your budget, we might have intimated to him a figure that would have been sufficient, but, you know, I could not give them a definitive number until it was voted by the regional school committee, and the day after that was voted at the March meeting, we sent that information directly to town hall,
When did you send that?
right, the day after,
So
the
this was,
13th of March.
this was approved February 27th.
Oh, February. That's right, we had a February hearing.
It was
So it
February
would've been
28th.
Sent the
that
next
number.
day.
So, let me just make sure I'm clear about it. I'm reading here for two locations.
It's right here, no, it's that one, it's a total of
Oh, I'm on the wrong one.
595,
Oh,
it's right,
okay.
it's right.
We're good?
Okay, we're correct.
Okay.
Let me go to another question. Thank you. The step increases, what are they typically? Are they 3%, 2%, 1%?
They're not a percentage, they're a fixed dollar amount. They're in the range of $1,000.
And so that would be, say, on a $50,000 salary, would be about 2% then? There's a question here.
Yeah, I guess that's what it would calculate.
So let me just understand this then. You gave a 2% increase on contract, and then many of the teachers, if not most of the teachers, also got roughly a 2% step increase?
I wouldn't say most.
So about half.
Yeah.
Okay, half of them. So half of them got it, everybody got a 2% contract increase, and in addition to that, about half of them got a 2% step increase. In addition to that, and separate from that, there's the lanes for higher.
Degree attainment.
So what is that typically? Is that $1,000, $2,000, $3,000? Depends.
That's about right.
So some teachers then were getting a pay increase from contract, perhaps some of them, half of them, were getting a step increase, and then some of those, perhaps some others, are also getting an attainment.
Mhm.
So it's possible that some teachers were getting 2%, some were getting as much as perhaps 5-6%.
Possible.
Out of our 66 professional staff, teaching staff,
I guess the point I'm
there's
getting
only
at,
several
I
that.
think you can probably see where I'm getting to here. People here at home are having a tough time making do, and well, I have a hard time understanding how you can sit and have a program where you're going to, where you know some of your costs, the steps and the attainments are, I shouldn't say reward, are compensating some of your teachers reasonably well, certainly above the rate of inflation, and on top of that, give a 2% increase. So that is my question. How did you arrive at your conclusion to give a 2% contracted pay increase, given that many of the teachers are already being well compensated in terms of the steps and the attainment? What process did you go through?
We went through a negotiation process between the Teachers Association and the school committee.
Right, okay, I assume that was the case, and the end of this questioning then, if you will, is why not say 0?
If I recall, this is a 3-year contract. It was, I'm trying to recall, there was a 1-year contract where they got 0, and then the next 3 years, this is the second of the 3 years, was 2%, 2%.
I've made my point. I
You
won't
did,
go
yeah.
any further.
Yep.
Superintendent had a 0 for the last 3 years, though, Mr. Paulson.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, for your contribution. Mr. Gregg?
I wonder if you could tell us what the numbers of the staff are for fiscal 13, 12, and 11, the last couple of years in this budget. The total staff, or however you count that.
Teaching staff, this current year stands at 65. Last year was 63, and the year prior to that was 60.
And when you say this year, 65, is that fiscal 13,
It's fiscal 12.
12?
Fiscal 13 is 65 teaching staff as well. There's no additional teaching positions.
Okay, I thought at one point you said that 2 have been funded by outside and now was part of the budget. So,
But they're still counted in the, as I view it, I count them as part of the teaching staff,
okay.
even though their salaries were paid through grants. So they were part of the 60, there were 63 funded through the local budget, let's say, and now there will be 65 funded through the local budget.
Do you happen to know other staff that, those are teachers that you gave me, I appreciate the information. Do you happen to know what your total staff count might be, or others?
Estimated, we're at about 95 total staff,
So there's another 30
approximately.
that are outside. And do you know how that relates to the past few years?
That's been consistent. There are, when you think of the positions, custodial, that hasn't increased. We are looking for the additional half-time position this year. Cafeteria, those 2 staff have been the same. Paraprofessionals, that's been constant over the last few years. Office staff, the only change in office staff has been an additional half-time person in the business office, and then a secretary going from 30 hours to 40 hours a week.
In our district, we do not have a business manager. I serve, and I'm certified in the Commonwealth as a business manager, serve in both capacities for the sake of expediency and for conservancy. We do have a controller, accounts payable, a payroll, and my administrative assistant. That's our business office.
The only point I would make, we're looking at and have had over the last certainly year, a reduction in the number of teachers and an increase in the class size in our schools here. I note that in the 4 years which you mentioned, the number of students enrolled has gone down, and yet you have had an increase in teachers of 5, nearly 10%.
The increase in teachers is primarily in the technical programs, and that is in large part due to some mandated guidelines around ratios in the technical programs of 14 students to 1 instructor. When we cut those positions previously, we did so outside the recommended guidelines of the AESE, which curtailed our ability to do outside work, for example, and truly negatively impacted the technical curriculum in particular. So that's, when you see a decrease of 28 students spread across 13 programs, it doesn't significantly impact the actual number of teachers that you would need for those programs. To see a decrease in instructors, you'd need a more significant decrease in population.
I guess I was looking at the increase rather than suggesting that there should be a decrease.
And I think what you'll see in years to come, very soon, is another upswing in the enrollment. We just had another large round of applicants. We did the actual admissions at the school on 2 Saturdays in March, and the admissions team met today. So if anybody's watching at home, they're all anxiously anticipating those envelopes to come in the mail. And I would anticipate that Mr. Dutch and his staff going forward will be very much closer to that 690 number and above going forward.
Mr. McDonald?
Mine's not old enough to go to the upper Cape yet, so a few years away. What I'm struggling with, and first off, I think you guys do a great job.
Thank you.
I have relatives that have gone there and done real well, and the graduation rate is high. Only thing I want to say about that is if some of these students were still in Wareham, do you feel like, first off, that would increase the Wareham graduation? Because these are really, you get to basically pick your students to a greater degree than any of the schools around here.
No doubt, the students that come to Upper Cape Tech from Wareham are outstanding students.
Right. So those
And very few of those students wouldn't be successful in completing their degree. And that's not why the comparisons are not there for that purpose. They're there for informational purposes
I understand that.
purely. You are right. We get some of the best students in Wareham. And you know, we're glad that they want to come to Upper Cape Tech and that they're happy with the education they're receiving such that they stay.
And as a parent, that's where you would want your child to be, given the budget crunch we're in. And that's where I'm struggling the most, because here we are talking about a $780,000 override to fund 21 teachers. Because without that money, we don't have 21 teachers. And our class sizes go up into the mid-30s. And, you know, it's difficult for me to sit here and say, don't get me wrong, you guys are doing a great job, but you're getting the funding you need to do what you need to do, and we're struggling as a town to even come up with an override for 21 teachers, and that doesn't even include, you know, and again, I'm a big fan of football, everybody that knows me knows that. You guys have programs, they're cutting back on some of the programs. It's a very hard thing for me to balance from a parent standpoint, and also from the finance committee. I mean, we're struggling with budget issues, and here we are talking about this, and I don't know how I reconcile it for myself.
Well, I can appreciate what you're saying, and I certainly understand that. And I would say a couple of things. The first, I would bring you back to the fact that when you look at the percentage above the minimum net school spending that Upper Cape Tech is, as well as Wareham, I think we both are very frugal as to how we spend our dollars, particularly in comparison to the other member towns of the regional district.
Right.
The challenge is trying to compare apples to oranges, because Upper Cape Tech is not the Wareham Public Schools. There's a significant difference. If we compared Wareham High School per pupil expense versus Upper Cape Tech and just did high school costs, they'd be closer than when you incorporate elementary and middle school, because those programs cost less, naturally. So I think that's part of how you may reconcile that, is you're not really comparing apples to apples. Secondly, I will tell you that many of our classes, and not all, obviously we've got some classes that are 20 students, but the majority of our academic classes are 24 to 28 students. It is, you know, part of the reason that you see the increased cost is because of the required ratios in the technical programs of 14 to 1. Then you add in the equipment costs, which you don't have in a comprehensive high school and certainly don't have in the other schools. So that's how I would help you reconcile that. I understand what your challenge is. Certainly, we would like to. We'd like all to be at Old Rochester at 41% above minimum net school spending, and we could bring our class sizes down to 20 across the board. That would be perfect system.
And you're right, it is apples and oranges, but on another note, it's all coming out of the same tax dollars.
Correct.
So that's not apples and oranges, that's apples.
True.
And we only have so many apples to go around. So from our standpoint, that's a little, that's where I'm having trouble reconciling it. Am I going to help? How do I help all the kids, I guess is what I'm saying. No, again, I think you're doing a great job, but education is real important to me and my children.
Well, ultimately, the dollars that Wareham pays to Upper Cape Tech is for Wareham students. So you are helping Wareham students. We're simply an offshoot of the Wareham Public Schools. We are part of your system. So it's not as though your dollars are going towards a Bourne student or elsewhere. They are going to your Wareham students. Your costs are
If you
directly
divide
tied.
the 225 students divided by the 2.5 million, you come up around $10,000 per student, which is much less than any of our other 5 sending towns, as far as being able to. I'd like to compliment the Wareham Public Schools because we do not have a quota system, town by town, for admission to Upper Cape Tech. And the Wareham students do very, very well in their attainment, in their ability, grades, behavior, attendance, in a personal interview, and they're very, very successful in accessing the program. So
That's why
they need to be
my point.
complimented.
Right.
All right.
It's very difficult. And the last thing is when I look at this percentage of capital budget, what you're doing based on the enrollment,
It is the enrollment in all of the Wareham schools, grades 1 through 12, in comparison to the total enrollment in the 5 districts that
and
are part of Upper
you've
Cape.
used this way of doing your percentage of capital budget since,
Part of the regional
Since
agreement.
1968.
well, okay,
It's part of the regional agreement.
okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, my pleasure.
All right, Mr. Trudell?
Gentlemen, I do have to admit that I really do like the vocational schools and what they produce. However, you're looking at a 3.2% increase. Last year, we lost 8 teachers out of the Wareham school system. We're struggling to put buses on the road that are safe. And if we don't pass an override, we're likely to lose 21 more teachers. It's hard for me conceptually to look at a 3.2% increase when I'm looking at our school system, trying to figure out how to buy books, how to upgrade their technology, and their situation at this point is desperate. And looking at a 3% increase, it's very hard for me to support when my school systems are staggering under the burden of what they're trying to support. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Bronk?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I speak very, very highly of the vocational school and what it is turning out into our communities, the professionalism and the trades that we have to, you can't compare them apples to apples, you just can't. They have a lot of machinery, they have a lot of equipment, and frankly, they have been managing their capital program since its inception. So to sit here and to penalize them because we're struggling with our school system, to me is wrong. My heart, I wish we could figure a way to get out of this thing with the school system, our own school system, but don't penalize these people. They have state, they have regulations and ratios that they have to follow. And unfortunately, well, fortunately for them, unfortunately for us, we have a lot of children in our special ed programs here that we have to do what they tell us to do here, too. They don't have to deal with that. It's not their fault. Don't penalize them.
Mrs. Pizzoli?
I have a couple questions. One is, and Mrs. Frank did mention that you have always had a capital plan. And I would be interested in just analysis or a summary of what capital costs you are looking at? What sorts of improvements? And also, just to make a note of this, I understand Wareham is the highest percentage of your budget. We also seem to have the highest non-graduation rate as well. Do you think that's just the numbers thing, because we have more students, therefore
Yes.
fewer graduate?
No, that's just our school compared.
Good, yeah, that's not.
That's
not
Wareham
theirs.
High School.
That's, yeah, that's not
Graduation
us.
rate.
That's not us.
That's not students from Wareham at Upper Cape.
No.
That's students from
Overall?
Wareham High School.
Oh, yeah, Wareham High School.
That's Wareham High School. Last year, we had the highest graduation rate, and this was the Cape Cod Times, so obviously they don't like to come across the ditch and compare Wareham, but the Cape Cod Times identified Upper Cape Tech as the highest graduation rate on the Cape and Islands.
In response to your first request, I'll be happy to email that that information through the chair when he provides us the email address. But understand that our capital expenditures are, I won't say dictated, but are based upon our program advisor. We have program advisory, so experts in the field, tradesmen, educators, both at the school or at local colleges, who provide us information on trends in the industry, both from a curricular perspective as well as an equipment perspective. And then based on that, we develop a long-range capital plan based on the equipment that we have and what we feel we need to phase out, recognizing that there is a reasonable dollar amount that is acceptable, and we can't purchase everything that is asked of us to be purchased. So that's where that comes from. So that it's not us just deciding that we want to buy some things.
And you could call us any day and come up, and we'll be more than happy to take you around and show you where those dollars went.
Mr. Cameron?
Thank you, through the chair. Dr. Farr, good luck in your retirement.
Not
Thank
Dr.
you.
Farr, just Mr. Farr.
Mr. Farr, thank you for
Thank you.
everything you've done.
Thank you.
My question is, I kind of agree with Don. I don't think that we should actually punish your school for the way ours is run, and maybe ours is run better. But what would it take, or how much would damage would it actually do if we could get you down to a non-increase? I think it would just fly a lot better.
Well, a non-increase to the budget would represent $366,000 in total to the town of Wareham. When you look at your percent of our operating budget,
Is that within reason or without
It rep-
reason?
well, it would result
Procedurally.
procedurally. What would have to happen is at town meeting, you wouldn't approve the budget. If there was a second town that did not approve the budget, then we would have to come back and revote a new budget.
It's not up to Mr. Dutch and I.
Right.
It's up to the 9-member school committee duly elected from the 5 central towns.
You then would have to hold town meeting again to vote our budget a second time, whatever we presented as an alternative budget. So it's a lengthy process, and it's a difficult process, and I don't know.
The reason why I'm saying it is our school real bad shape, and I think it's gonna be a tough sell, any increase. It's just my feeling, just how I feel about it. Thank you.
I will say that in 2007, I thank the town of Wareham, because the town of Sandwich had voted no on our budget that year, and all the other 4 towns voted yes. And that was at a time where we were trying to take the school to that next level, so I thank the taxpayers of the town, then and now.
Before I go any further, Mr. Farr does have to go to the town meeting, so if we
Okay.
could sort of wrap the questions up pretty quickly, it would be very nice. Mr. Cavalli, you had another follow-up on?
How many of the towns, of the 5 towns, have approved and accepted your budget?
Well, as soon as I leave here, I'll be going to the Falmouth Town Meeting, and if they vote, if that is approved, then that'll be the first. And the second will be you folks on the 23rd, and then will be May 7th for Bourne and Sandwich, and then on I believe it's the 14th, on the 21st of May, it'll be the finale in Marion.
Do you have
I will
do you have any indications of where they're, like, they're selecting in?
Falmouth, Bourne, and Sandwich have all recommended our budget.
Marion as well.
Okay, fine. Mr. Paulson?
Yes, I have several very quick questions. I noticed Falmouth's attendance or numbers of students is down very sharply. Is there any particular reason for that?
Well, that could speak to the 28 total, if you want to give them that scenario.
We had 28 fewer students, and obviously that was a concern to me, and I wanted to see where those 28 students went. And there's a variety of places that they had gone. We had 10 students who voluntarily left because they moved out of district. Moved out of Wareham, moved out of whatever town they lived in. We had 5 students who were not able to access health careers. Very popular program. There was nothing else they wanted, so they left our school. So that's 15 of our students out of that 28. We had 5 students who were expelled and were not allowed to return for drug use. So that brings you to 20 students. We had a remaining 8 who were LPN students that did not live in the district, who lived in the district previously.
And Falmouth in particular?
Well, Falmouth represented a larger percentage of those students, not for any one reason in particular. There's no.
The next question on the buses has come up here. How many buses do you have out there, just generally? I know you have different bus routes.
Buses that we own, there are 2. We have a 3rd bus that's a backup, an older bus.
And in the contract?
And then in the contract, we have 10 routes.
And how many buses are on those 10 routes? Or are they
10 buses.
10 buses? Right.
Those are contractors.
There's 12 routes each day to get students to and from school.
Okay, and the next question, as I understand it, the night program, historically, you've used those monies, those profits, if you will, to fund other off-balance sheet items.
That's all in the audit. School committee uses that resources for capital infrastructure improvements that I could show you, which have not shown up in any budget to any of the towns over the last 10 years.
What is the amount for the last year and how is that?
It's about $100,000 a year profit. Our adult and continuing ed runs with a director and a secretary as the basic salaries, and then the adjunct faculty is covered by the tuition of the folks that are taking the classes, where our focus is on workforce development for our adults in our community. And Dr. McPartlin, who is our adult ed director, she's working closely with the folks at the Greater New Bedford WIB. I work with the folks at the Cape and Islands WIB, and we're always looking for opportunities to help retrain folks for jobs that are here now, that are sustainable wage type jobs. So we're very proud of keeping our doors open until 10:30 at night, both as to generate revenue to the district that keeps us from asking you for more money to take care of that 43-year-old facility.
Thank you.
I want to thank you very much for coming. My comment to you would be, it's been referenced a few times, our current budget for the Wareham schools is level funding less $250,000. That's what they're looking at tonight. As was also previously mentioned, that we have a very aged fleet, et cetera. That we will ask you for an override to bring on 21 teachers, but we're also cutting another 7 people in custodial administrative positions, et cetera, due to the loss of the age funds, et cetera. We would ask that Upper Cape keep all that in mind when they come and say, we praise, everybody here supports you, right? But we also have a problem in that we have to support what's, here in the town itself. And we would hope that you would, keep our plight in mind.
I hope in my heart of hearts that you find a way to help all the children in the town of Wareham.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Any further questions, if you would? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 3-5. 3, 4, 5 opposed. No abstention.
I guess we'll see everybody at town meeting.
Okay.
I would like to call the go to,
Good night, guys.
before I go back to the actual agenda, I would like to give Article number 32.
No, they're not like that.
32. I did too. I was almost abstained.
Yep.
I almost did.
If I might, who voted in favor of that motion? Myself, Donna, and Donna, I need somebody to write the minority on that.
Okay,
All right, and
minority for this one? Okay.
yes,
All right, what number was that?
number 7.
Number 7, all right, done.
And I'm going to ask either Mr. Paulson or Mr. Gray to write the majority opinion. Which one are you going?
The majority
We
opinion.
write the majority opinion, so you're also our school liaison, if you would. I need it by Friday.
Double space.
Mr. Gray will do the majority opinion. Article number 32. It's quite extensive, so I'm not going to read it. Or shall we call it the barking and howling nuisance, barking and howling, and also the dangerous, potentially dangerous article, as listed in the town warrant. Motion for favorable action.
So moved.
Mr. McDonald, second.
Second.
And second, Mr. Camerano. Sorry, I'm going to give him some breath. Speak on behalf of the article.
Basically, these are two
First,
situations.
could you identify yourself?
I'm sorry. I'm Cheryl Govedil, Animal Control Officer for the town of Wareham. And due to continuing situations that involved these type of problems, I have devised a bylaw that would address these specific issues individually. I know we have a noise bylaw at this time, but we want to separate dog barking from the noise disturbance because dog barking is a different situation. It's something that can be, we get 3 or 4 calls a night, 7 days a week from the same particular dog. It's more of an ongoing situation, so we want to handle that a little bit differently. And then the potentially dangerous dogs. There's a state law that covers that, but it's pretty much to the extreme where the state would authorize us to be able to go and take a dog. I'm trying to look for a gray zone where we can take some measures immediately to ensure the safety of the family who owns the dog and the public. If there is a situation where there is a dog that deems to be dangerous or potentially dangerous.
Okay. Cheryl, entertain a motion. We already got the motion.
You got the motion?
I got the motion. Any questions, please? I'm sorry.
Sure.
I'm losing my memory here, Mr.
Typically, I don't start, but I'm going
Mr.
to.
McDonald.
First off, I've heard nothing but wonderful things about you.
Watch out for the next question.
Yeah, let's stick to the point, please.
No, I think, in general, you're right, there are laws for this. I didn't really understand what the barking nuisance was. I just didn't understand it. Then I was subjected to a small dog continually barking for probably 30 minutes, and then I understand what the noise and nuisance is. My problem is with the dangerous and potentially dangerous. This is a very interesting, it's a switch area for me, because if somebody comes into my yard and my dog bites them, is that considered provoking?
There is extenuating circumstances that are taken into consideration, such as, somebody coming into your yard and the dog biting them. But even if that were the case, this is a dog that could be deemed as potentially dangerous because he did bite someone, so he has that capability. So when he's off your property, now knowing that he has the potential to bite, we would probably ask you to take additional measures for the public safety.
Right, yeah, okay, that's I guess where I'm going. And is there a breed or goes along with the dangerous and potentially dangerous? Is there breeds, different types of breeds that you would consider more so, not just with a big bite? I mean,
I don't want to stereotype certain dogs, and
well, I'm just asking. I'm not trying to get you to do it. I'm just.
There seems to be more bite issues with a specific breed here in town that we tend to have a lot of, and that would be a pit bull. And my main concern with a pit bull is they do have an extremely dangerous bite. They are the only breed that does this thing where they actually lock their jaw.
Yeah.
And we did have somebody a couple of weeks ago whose own dog, who was only 1 year old, that he had always owned since a puppy, bit his finger off. And with the law the way it stands right now, I had to leave that dog in that home because they weren't going to voluntarily surrender with a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old in the house. I would like to have muzzles in my vehicle, so a situation like that, I can immediately muzzle the dog so that there is a safer environment for the family if they choose to quarantine the dog in the house.
Okay, that's under this law, you could do that as opposed to what you have to go through now.
With the state, you'd have to go before the chief. It would be a long, drawn-out process. I want to immediately improve the safety of everyone involved.
All right, thank you.
Any questions?
I live in a really nice neighborhood and dogs bark all day long. I have a concern with this going out there and this neighbor doesn't like that neighbor, just constantly nuisance calling, you know. I happen to have two neighbors nearby me that one happens to raise beagles. Beagles bay, okay? The other one has a herd of huskies over there. The huskies sing. I think it's beautiful. It's wonderful, okay? But if somebody doesn't like them around the corner and doesn't want the huskies singing at 5 o'clock at night every night that they do that, you're giving them the right to find these people. And I don't know, I'm just not real comfortable with that situation.
First, I would like to mention that after speaking with the selectmen, I did take some of their input and modify the barking bylaw, which I have given a copy to the selectmen's office. And with the modified version, I did take out the distance of 150 feet because in this town, we do have a lot of homes that are very close to each other, so that's not reasonable. Because if a home is 20 feet away, then they'd be in violation if the dog barked once. So we did take that out. I extended the time from 10 minutes to 15, because again, this is really to address constant barking, not occasional or kids walking by the house or you know, that type of a situation. This is a constant ongoing problem. And I added time not after 10 p.m. and not before 7 a.m. because you know, what I did is I took the complaints I've been getting, I took all the feedback and I tried to modify it. I'm trying to find a middle ground for everybody. I do get calls every single day. Every day I get calls. This is the #1 problem we face. And what I'm actually trying to do is cut down on me having to go to calls that not necessarily qualify as a dog barking complaint. You know, I have people who call because their neighbor's dog barked 3 times. And so basically, it would have to be documented. This dog barked continuously for 15 minutes. If a dog is doing that on an ongoing basis, there are things that the owners can do to actually improve the situation. So I'm going to work with them. I'm not just going to write them a ticket. I'm going to offer them suggestions and ways to modify the behavior.
Mrs. Brown?
I just wanted to bring up a situation too. It's well, the one thing I don't care for is that somebody has to be 18 to walk a dog on a leash. That I don't care for that. I think that's ridiculous. That a person has to be 18 years old in order to take the dog for a walk. And the second thing that bothers me is a lot of folks have invested a lot of money in electric fences. And you know as well as I do, kids can come by and torment these dogs. Generally, they mind their own business if they're left alone when they're out on these electric fences. But how are you going to deal with that?
Okay, again, this is specifically for dangerous or potentially dangerous dogs. So for a dog to be walked by an adult who's over 18, that dog would have had to have bitten somebody.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's not just the poor old
No,
floppy lamb
no.
that waddles down the street.
You've got a pit bull that has bit a child's face and the child got 21 stitches.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I don't want a 10-year-old walking that dog, which right now they can and do in this town.
You clear that. That's good. That's good.
And the same with the electric fence. Dogs can break an electric fence. If you have a dog who bit somebody's finger off, I think you'd feel a lot safer if that dog wasn't in an electric fence that he could potentially break and attack some woman pushing a baby stroller. It's all about the safety of the community.
No, I think what Donna was addressing was, I mean, I've had this, I raised Great Danes, okay? And there was nothing more humorous to the teenage kids in the neighborhood than to come and harass that dog laying on his own front lawn, okay? And I know what you're saying. Just because there's a little yipper out there running around behind its electric fence, it doesn't stop the kids from walking on the lawn and harassing the dog. Now, if the dog retaliates, you're going to punish the owner.
I wouldn't say that's necessarily to punish the owner, and if a child comes on your property, we would handle that differently. A dog is deemed to be protecting his property. And the state actually already has a lot of that in place. What we're trying to do is step up the process if it's a dangerous dog. If this is a dog who's dangerous and potentially could cause serious injury, then we want to be able to have the ability to immediately take safety precautions to protect the community. So, I mean, I'm not saying electric fences aren't allowed. You can have an electric fence, but if your dog causes serious bodily injury and having an electric fence is not going to contain the dog safely, then yes, I feel you should take safety precautions.
Keep it short here. Go ahead. I promise I'll keep it short. This word severe injury.
Correct.
Can you define that a little more? Because my dog will basically, if excessive licking is, because anybody that comes on our property, that person's going to get licked to death. But she's not going to bite anyone so far. But I want to know what the severe injury is, because these terms, they sound great, but when you put them into action and you're not going to be there when it happens 9 times out of 10, or most likely. I'm guessing you're not there. You're coming in after the fact, so you're going to have to determine who did what, and that is my one concern in this thing is and then the word severe injury. Well, I don't know what that means, so here we go.
Well, again, that's covered under the state law. That's where I took the wording from that. Okay. So this is basically taken from the state law that covers severe injury, and that was their wording. And again, I'm just trying to step up the process. They don't define that. They don't go into. It's a matter of judgment call. So in the sole animal control's opinion, it would be a visit to the hospital, it would be stitches. It would be not that the dog jumped on you and licked your face.
Licked you completely, just.
Exactly. That's not it.
Mr. Trudell.
That's what mine does every day.
Mr. Trudell.
2 things. I'm inclined to support this because I lived in a very small town, and this isn't much different. And in that small town, they didn't have an animal control officer. If the dog hit someone, the local police officer pulled up, whipped out his .38, administered justice on the spot, put it in the trunk, and drove away. And that was what we would really call. However, I believe that in a small town, you can impose restrictions like this, and even though the dog officer may ultimately change, the police chief is always influenced by the local community's reaction to things. So, from my point of view, because I think the chief listens to the town, and I have good words in you, I tend to want to support this.
To be honest with you, legally, they can do that. Legally, through the state law, if a dog causes serious bodily injury, the state has given the power for the dog to be removed and euthanized. What I'm looking for is a middle zone, so we don't have to take it to that level. You want to keep your dog, you love your dog, I understand, but it's a loaded gun, so you're going to have to take precautions if you choose to keep this loaded gun. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking for a middle ground, so we don't have to go to that extreme.
Mr. Cameron.
Just one quick question. Do you work under the chief or under the town administrator?
Under the chief, sir.
Under the chief, thank you.
Any further questions? And based on your comments, you suggested that this was going to be amended,
Yes, sir.
That was in your packet in a minute.
Did I miss it?
but it's going to have to be amended on the floor.
Yeah.
So it's hard for us to pass the motion right now on the article as written. That's sort of a little bit of a problem.
motion?
Well, hold on a second. Madam Moderator, are you good?
I have not seen any changes to the article, so I am not in a position to comment, unfortunately. I don't know whether the changes are within the scope or out of the scope.
Would you like to read it, Madam Moderator?
No,
Yeah, actually, mine is highlighted the changes if you'd like that.
we still have the problem. We have to vote on it as written, if we might. So I'd raise that to the committee as part of the problem. We could always abstain and then come back at the town meeting and support it.
That's the only change right there highlighted?
Yes, sir.
Well, they're changing the footage, they're changing the time, they're changing.
The dollar statement,
So,
but
you know, what's gonna finally hit the floor is gonna be much different.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we have approved contingent upon changing language in other warrants. Is it possible we can get that in consideration and not have to vote that kind of thing?
Well, then if they don't change it, if it's not amended, then it wouldn't have our approval at that point. That becomes part of the problem. Most of those that we've done that to, it's been specific changes that we know, there were Scrivener errors, et cetera. This is a complete change of the article. Pardon? Ms. Tony Allen, I would recognize somebody from the public. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a question. In the area where we live right on the edge of a marsh. And sometimes in the middle of the night, there's a dog fight going on someplace, and you just can't tell where it is out there. How do you handle something like that? Literally, it's like...
Take a vote, take a vote.
And sometimes at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, it goes nuts.
I mean, obviously, if we
And I don't know whether it's their dogs fighting, or there's a couple of coyotes out there.
I'm thinking coyotes.
Yeah, that's what I need to know.
All right.
Yeah.
That's what we're thinking, but I can't tell.
Answer the question.
If there was a dog barking disturbance in the evening hours when I'm not working, an officer would be called out and he would confirm that if the dogs were barking, and then I would handle it in the morning. In a situation like that, an officer might drive through the area. If he can't pinpoint where it's coming from, then we would not be able to take it to the next level.
See, that seems to be the problem, because sometimes you just can't tell where it is. It's kind of blows up in the area. It's kind of tough for us to determine how that all is going, unless somebody can listen and tell better than we can.
How many emails?
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
wait, are we voting on the
The
article?
article is written?
Mm-hmm.
No, I can't vote on it as written.
Okay.
No.
Okay, now
I'll
stay.
make a motion that we,
We've already got a motion on the floor.
Right, well, the problem too is, as Mr. Trudeau pointed out, if we vote to amend it, and the amendment doesn't pass on the town floor, that's the problem.
then we should abstain until the town floor.
I tend to agree, we can always come back at the last minute if everything comes through. Well, it won't happen, we can support it if we want to support it on the town floor.
Okay.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are we withdrawing the motion that was made?
No. No. Motion for favorable action. We have 1, 4,
Went to 2.
2, 3, 4.
No, I'm voting no.
I'm
I'm sorry,
I'm
2, 4.
abstaining until it's changed.
All those opposed? Abstentions? 2, 1, 5.
I want to see the changes.
Yeah. I think you'll have plenty of support if it's amended on the town floor. It's too bad we couldn't get that in ahead of time.
Yes, I wasn't aware of the situation.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They have everybody that's everybody that was kind of using, right?
Next?
Now that we've dealt with everyone who is an employee and has come forward, I'd like to return to what should have been the original agenda. Starting out with citizens' participation, is there anyone who would like to come forward and speak to the committee and the matter? Seeing none. Next item would be town administrator's report. Mr. Sullivan, I believe you're representing the town administrator. Item A, we're waiting to hear the results of the school committee, so I'm gonna have to, you're probably gonna have to sit for a while, I'm afraid, because we haven't heard anything yet, but bring us up to date, you and Mr. Gray, if you would, on the town accountant search.
I believe it would be Mr. Gray that would meet about that. I know that himself and Mr. Foster had met. 2 other members were unavailable for the search committee meeting today. I don't think I've been updated as to what Mr. Gray and Mr. Foster have gone over there.
Okay.
Mr. Foster and I went through there were 10 applicants, and we went through their papers and came to our opinions as to which ones should be followed up on. But there will be a full meeting of the committee scheduled for 9 o'clock on Monday morning. So until then, we have the 10 applications, and are reviewing.
10 applications, so that's 10 applications?
There are 10 applications.
That seem a little low to you?
It's low compared to the last time, isn't it? Do we have more the last time, or do we have less, remember?
I'm thinking that we had about the same, or maybe a couple less. We didn't have very many last time.
I thought we had the 20s last time.
No.
No, absolutely. I'm positive of that. Do you remember?
We had 2 rounds of them, and I think the second round was even lower than the first, which would have been in the 6 to 7 range.
I was going to say there were 7, but I don't know what was in the first round. The second round that I was involved in, I remember the number 7. I would not swear that that's the correct number, but I believe it is.
Do you feel like they're qualifications-wise? Can we ask that, Mr. Chairman?
Not at this point, they haven't been.
I think I'd rather hold on.
Overall.
Right, yeah, wait till the committee does its evaluations. Like the last meeting, we had a reserve fund transfer, and everyone asked for information on the appropriations and funds that have been paid to Powers and Sullivan since they came on board. So that's on the agenda. I've just passed you out the information out of the Vader system. Mr. Sullivan, if you would address it.
Yes, the first page is for this fiscal year. I believe you have the same one from the last meeting, but it's just an update to put them all together. So we'd stand up for year-to-date $50,000 out of the $60,000 appropriation. The second page would actually show what was brought into the account. The $60,000 that was voted at the annual town meeting. There was a $40,000 reserve fund transfer. And then at the fall 2011 special town meeting, there was a $50,000 appropriation as well. You'll also see, this is going to jump to basically the very bottom of the page, that there was a $50,000 encumbrance as well, which would match up to, you'll see one warrant payable, which in the basically transaction section says final bill for year end June 30, 2009 of $50,000. So it looks like that was an encumbrance that was brought forward to pay that bill. To try and match it up to the 2 years for fiscal year 12 and fiscal year 11, you'll see mostly we pay approximately, I don't know if they do it quarterly, but $12,500 until you reach the $50,000, which is what I believe that we are contracted for with them. There's other monies in here. You'll see $37,500 for the FY10 audit, and then there's at the bottom there's several numbers: $25,000, $20,000. for a total of $176,206.75. That does match up to what we have on the budget for what was paid out there.
I'm sorry, it does match?
To the budget here for the FY11, we just rounded up on the budget.
I need a motion to take the transfer from the table. We tabled it last time. And move to the second. Someone seconded. All in favor? We move the transfer from the table. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? 3, 6, 7. 7, 4. The original motion was to transfer from the reserve account $27,420 for a bill that was presented to us by Powers and Sullivan for current services. A motion for favorable action. Motion to pay the transfer.
I'll make the motion.
Actually, the motion already exists, doesn't it?
No, you took it off the table, we just have to.
I know. All right, you'll second. And second,
Second.
fine. Any discussion on this?
Wow. Go ahead, you wanna go first?
Yeah, go ahead, I'm still pondering how to phrase this.
Yeah, me too, this is, okay, so I'll try this as best I can. Well, the amount that we were transferring, I'm trying to understand why we're paying a bill for 2009 and late in 2010. Do we not, and again, I'm still with that, we accrue on our side. I don't know what happens in the governmental aspect of it, but if you know that you've incurred cost in 2009, then you would accrue for that cost. I don't know what you call it, you know what I'm talking about. But so here's the thing, our budget numbers should be based on what's going to happen in that year, not what happened in a prior year. And I guess I'm a little confused, because if we're paying that much money for 2009 and we didn't accrue for that, then we're gonna continue to be looking at large numbers in off years.
I'm interested. Wasn't the bill originally for this year, wasn't it?
That bill that we're speaking about is for this year.
This year for services rendered during the current year.
Right, the committee had asked what we've paid for
In
not
the
just
past,
this
right.
year, but the year before.
So this doesn't apply, the transfer does
Yeah,
not apply to the
doesn't.
2009
Exactly.
transaction. It's for this current year with all that was done additional in the audit for the cash audit, et cetera. Okay, this is not, they do not carry accruals forward. All right, appropriations can be encumbered, but there's a deadline on when the bill's going to be paid, or it has to go to town meeting to be paid. A little different. Mr. Paulson?
How much is in the reserve account if we in fact, at the current time, either before or after we make this,
Mr. Sullivan?
You'd have to, would you speak today or after town meeting when that $55,000 goes back in there?
Yeah, that's right, we'll get money.
Should be today. What's today?
Today?
If this goes through.
and then there's another question.
Yeah.
I think you might have.
This was the last one we were given, 75,652.
Yes, $75,652.49.
That was with the transfer.
Yes, that was after $55,000.
Yeah, that was before the attached to the transfer. That was our balance before the 27.
So we would be reduced to 48. However, there is also the article that transfers back the 55,000. The 55,000 was basically a loan until we got through town meeting.
Right.
So we're gonna have, if I understand that, then the 75,000 will be grossed up by 55,000 in effect,
Less than 27.
less the 20.
Less than 27.
So we'll
And
put
if
100,000 as a
Right.
reserve fund.
And if it's unspent by year end, it falls to free cash. Mrs. Cattouli?
I was out getting the want to put my face, but okay. Will this transfer bring us up to, year end with them?
That will bring us through the year. We have 10,000 left in there, with 50,000 that have been spent, 10,000 left in the account. And I haven't been given what the official, the 6-month basically review will completely cost on there.
Okay.
And the 6-month review is part of the, actually 2012 audit.
That's what I wanted.
Right, so
Okay.
almost a preliminary steps. It would cover the first 6 months. All right, so
Okay.
we're sort of paying, having worked on it a little early and paying a little early. I'm done with that. Any further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? 7-0. Are there any other matters that you wish to bring before us?
Yeah.
We can to him first. Do you have any words there?
We have one warrant article that you need from the administration, some clarification on, I believe.
Yes, I was gonna go back to that. We had tabled.
Revolving fund.
Yes, revolving, number 25, Mr. Chairman.
It's Article 13 for,
I think it was Article 13.
Oh, maybe, I thought I had it at 25.
We did, we held that.
Article
We
13.
held 25 as well?
We had tabled Article 13.
Oh, okay.
Need a motion to take it off the table?
So moved.
Mr. Coolidge, second.
Second.
Mr. Gregg? Mr. Sullivan? The question that we had to do with $50,000 for social recreation, because the cost of, I'm sorry, the Council of Aging and the social are together in one. You're restricted to $315,000 based on the tax levy, and the $50,000 puts you well over that number.
correct.
All right, so you were going to go back and determine what that number had to be?
Yes, I spoke to the Council on Aging, the manager over there, Pam Dudley, and I asked, what's the social services using this revolving account for? How much, what's your ceiling on it? How much do you need? Went through all the accounts, and the social recreation one right now is not being used. So I would recommend that we zero that, bring that one down to 0, rather than keeping, lessening the other accounts that they're using more and having an issue on there.
That being the case, the chair would entertain a motion that the Finance Committee exercise its right of First Amendment on the town meeting floor to change the amount from 50,000 to 0. So moved.
Second.
Second?
For discussion, hopefully.
For discussion?
We corrected these.
Mrs.
Yeah.
Pardon? That's now just the amendment, to take this from 50 to 0.
Well, I'm not comfortable taking out the whole social services amount. I just don't understand with the population aging like it is, how they're not using it, or what.
I said they're not using it.
I know, but I'd like to hear, wouldn't you like to hear from the Council on Aging and find out what's going on? Why aren't they using it?
I'd like to hear a lot from them, but I'll keep my mouth shut from there now.
Oh, come on.
I've already got issues.
Well, I'm just concerned that maybe services should be being provided and then they're not being provided, Mr. Chairman, that's all. And before I yank $50,000 away from them, I guess I'd like to hear from them.
Mr. Camerano.
Yeah, but Don, I think that they got the two programs, it says, activities and then social programs, you still have 50,000 in activities, so I don't think you're taking anything away from them. I think that you're just lowering the amount from 100 to 50,000.
We're not taking anything, we're not being remiss and not doing something.
They're not using this account right
Okay.
now for anything.
We're
and I-
using the other one.
There are
Okay.
there are no user fees, and if there's no user fees,
Okay,
there's a revolver's
all
dead.
right, you answer my
Is what
question,
it comes to.
answer my question,
Okay?
that's
And
fine.
remember, the reason why this all came up is because we are restricted to 315, and our total is 360.
Exactly, exactly.
The moderator has a question for you.
I just have a question, Mr. Chair, for you to, Mr. Sullivan. Would you need to keep at least $1 in that account, just to keep it as a revolving fund, or?
If we, guess we'd have to ask town council, if we brought that down to 0, would it basically dissolve the fund? And I don't know that, but that's a good question. To be safe, we may want to keep $1 in there for right now.
Makes sense.
And we can find that out obviously before a town meeting.
Who made the motion? Who made it? Larry made the motion?
You can't hurt to leave it down.
It's gotta be Sam's fault.
No, who made the original motion?
No, I have it as Larry.
Larry made the original motion.
I'll-
Would you
I'll-
amend your motion to $1?
Yes, I would.
Is the second agreeable?
Second's agreeable.
The motion's been, is amended to $1?
Can I get a clarification?
Yes, you may.
I scratched this out from the last time we were here. So could you give me the figures again on the COA? Is it 210?
The COA should be 210 listed on there, and that's what we have in the
And the
budget.
library is 30.
30.
Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
You include those in the motion.
Yes, I gladly, or they could just redo the schedule and do it correctly. That would be nice as
It's too
well.
late. It's already posted. Which number are you changing?
The Council on Aging, Transportation from
210?
to 210, and the library to
And the
30,000.
library to 30?
Social recreation to
And
1.
social recreation to 1.
So moved.
So, you know,
And
we
second
can
agrees.
We can change the motion to amenable amendment.
That's machine.
Tough word. Any further discussion? Seeing none, well, we're voting on the amendment. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 800.
Have to vote on the article now?
Yes, now I
As
need
amended?
a motion for favorable action on the Article 13 as amended.
Make a motion.
Second,
Second,
Mrs. Brunk, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 800. The article was on hold was 33, before that's off the hook. Article 16, which had to do with the transfer from
Parking Pier Fund.
the parking meter fund for sign materials. The signs, I did verify with the municipal maintenance department. We have the federal mandate where we had to take a sign inventory. Now we have to adjust certain signs. In the past, we've used this to paint lines on the road. All right, this time they're asking to use it for the sign materials instead. That was the explanation. Need a motion to take it from the floor? Take it from the hold, I'm sorry.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 800. Need a motion for favorable action? Second. Any discussion?
Is this gonna be the limit of its mandated signs now?
No? Yes. If the Route 6 project goes in, everything changes. I don't think we can guarantee that. That's what's available for this year.
Okay.
All right, if we appropriate 30, that's what he gets. So let's see, have some of this on the budget. Any other questions?
Can't have paint next.
Comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 800. Mr. Sullivan, I would ask you to please wait until we hear what's happened from the school committee, unless you wanna go beat them up, and tell them you can't go home until you give us a number.
I don't think I'll show my face over there right now.
Is this it? Is this where we're at?
Smart
All right,
man.
we have, all right, what's happening in the budget right now? All right, we can't really come to present anything because we don't have a vote from the school committee. That is on their agenda, all right? They know what number is on this particular budget, all right? But until they put that number on there, we remain with the original budget that was proposed to us.
But this is the latest work in progress?
Yeah.
That,
The way the latest
that
is?
hopefully will be the final budget.
See the zero?
Yes, it is there. You remember last week, we had one where they reduced by $1 million. They are doing, are reconsidering the budget again tonight for their final vote. Mr. Paulson?
I have a question here in the very first line of this budget, in the next to last column where you
Could
have...
we wait to address, really, could we wait to address that? Because we've got to get him over there to get the other vote.
I understand that, but he's got $1 million increase in real estate taxes, a big number. And the last year from 11 to 12 was up 750, and I'm wondering how we get a jump from 750 to over $1 million.
Are you speaking about the FY11 actual versus the?
Yes, that's up $750,000, I apologize. But, yes, that's up 750 approximately, and we've got the 13 versus 12 going up by $1.1 million, or suggesting going up by $1 million, which is a substantial increase over what it had been in terms of a delta, if you will, for the preceding 2 years.
It would actually be pretty similar because the real estate taxes actually collected would include back year taxes as well. So that would not just be the levy base or the new growth and such, it would also include, it could include FY10, FY9, going back with whatever delinquent tax payments we've received.
Well, I don't want to belabor the point. I would think though that that would explanation would also pertain to FY11 and FY12. I don't want to take people's time on this. Just
All right, the other side too, we started off with 31,500, and the state certified, I believe, the 31,596 when they set the tax rate. That's the number out right off the state sheet. 31,596. I remember. That's how they set the tax rate.
they set the tax rate based on figures that we gave.
Based on that figure, based on that particular figure divided by
No,
the values.
seems like a big jump. Okay, thank you.
But that's how, I know that's where the number came from. Like,
You're correct.
yeah, we have the documents on it, they really do. And originally, we were talking, saying, gee, it's not, well, we were being very conservative with the 31.5 on the original proposal, because it was in the range of, it was slightly below the 31.596 they have raised. Okay, we'll have to come back to that. All right, next item on the agenda then would be, much to the relief.
Thank you, Derek.
Thank you, Derek. Go with them up there. Get this done. On the meeting warrants, I need any, I think we have all the explanations now.
We're missing 7, 11, and 51.
We're missing 11 and 51, which 11 is, what article is 11?
EMS.
I sent one to him, the dissenting opinion on 35, Spinney Library.
All right.
So, you look at that and I'll get it on to you.
Okay, 11.
All right, 11, I'll take care of 11, this is the quickest.
51 is a petition, so.
51's a petition article? All right, so everything else is in on that, right? Non-financial articles, we have a little list.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I was wondering if it would be appropriate, could I bring up a reconsideration on the article pertaining to the Spinney Library? Which is Article, which one is it?
35.
35.
Did you vote against it originally?
Yes, I
Yes,
did.
it would take, okay, you're making a motion to reconsider Article 35.
Yes, I am.
I need somebody who voted against it to second that.
I'll second it for discussion.
Well, you voted on for it, didn't you?
No?
You voted against
You
it?
voted against it,
Okay. A motion second on the floor to reconsider. Discussion.
yeah. And how many votes are we gonna need for reconsideration? This was 2 weeks ago that we, or a week ago?
1 week ago.
We would need a majority. Which would be-
Sure, I would think that maybe we need more than a majority, since a week has gone by. I'm not positive on that.
Well, actually, I'm gonna ask you to withdraw your motion. There's only one way to deal with this. You're right. According to Robert's Rule, all we can do is rescind our original vote and open it up for a whole, we have to put a new motion in. Reconsideration after we adjourn the meeting is not possible.
Can we talk about, go through the other articles and then get back to spending?
Yes, we could do that, because it is going to, we're gonna have to rescind it.
Yeah, people
Okay,
waiting.
I'll withdraw.
In the past, we sort of, you know,
Yeah.
amongst ourselves, we were doing that. We were sort of considering reconsideration to be rescinded and revote, but it'd be a little hard to do it on this time. All right, let me go to the other motions. The first one would be amending zoning bylaw, Article 36. Mr. Barrett here? And did he give up on us?
No, you can't.
I think he's coming back, I think he didn't realize he was
He's
going
right behind you.
Did I get in trouble?
to.
Article number 36.
Have you got a result yet?
I haven't heard anything.
Good evening.
I wasn't sure how I left it, whether I was supposed to be here or not.
Would anybody like me to read the article?
No.
No.
Yeah, would you please?
Can you just give us the overview, please?
First off, I need a motion for favorable action.
So moved.
Second.
Leave then.
Mrs. Rock. Discussion, Mr. Barrett.
This is a result of a notice we received from FEMA regarding their, how they word it, their, anyway, they redid their flood maps. They've been working on this project since 2008. Apparently there was some notifications in the Courier back in November of 2011, August and September, sorry. It hit the planning department about 2 days before the warrant closed, I believe. So we had to scramble to put this in there without really having a chance to digest it. Since then, we've done a little more homework on it. Basically, if we do not make these changes and adopt their new maps, people in Wareham may not be eligible for flood insurance. If you have it now, you'd be grandfathered, and as long as conditions stayed the same, you'd still be able to purchase flood insurance. But if there was a change, or you missed your premium, or lost your coverage for any reason, you wouldn't be able to purchase it unless we make these changes in our zoning bylaws.
Any questions?
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Cattouli?
Yeah, I'm looking at this, I looked at this and I went, oh my God. And I'm gonna do what every other citizen in this town is gonna do and say, I have never bought flood insurance, I know I'm okay. But I'm looking at all these numbers and thinking to myself, oh my God, does this mean I have to buy flood insurance? So I hope you have some really pretty maps to go along with this.
You should read this. It's an alphabet soup of acronyms. We don't have any maps yet, and FEMA has promised them, well, they've said they don't have the time to go town by town and do presentations on these maps, but they will try to do regional presentations. But before town meeting, I would say that's a no.
Okay.
My review of this document, the only reference that they make to Wareham is along the Louisiana. And it's a pretty obscure reference, 1 mile downstream of Route 58, and I think they're just they're using that as a reference point to set their elevation. They don't really tell me how much the elevation has changed, if at all. What they
what they have done is they've eliminated some of the zones like AE and they've consolidated into other zones. Like, I don't think it so much affects the water level, but it might affect velocity zones. You know, there's some rather obscure zones in their code that probably don't even affect New England even, and they've eliminated those. But the long and the short of it is, if we don't adopt this, then we put the people that have to have flood insurance at risk.
Well, can I follow up on that?
Sure.
That's my concern, is because my home happens to be in an area that many, many years ago, everybody was mandated that it was a flood zone. And we all carried flood insurance for years and years and years, and nobody ever got wet, right? Exactly. And then, okay, somebody suddenly decided, okay, this is not a flood zone anymore, all right? I'm just playing devil's advocate here of people just like me, of what if I could remortgage my home or the new bank, and the new bank says, oh, wait a minute, you're in a flood zone. Do you know how many of us have gone through this battle of fighting that we are not in a flood zone?
Well, I think you're still able to get a elevation determination from an engineer and, you know, present that to FEMA and, or to your mortgage company and be exempt from it if you can prove that you're above the mark.
But this in no way affects any of that.
You'd still be able to do that. You know, one of the rumors that was going around that this automatically put people in a situation where they couldn't rebuild if they had a loss. And I've been assured that that's not the case. I don't see anything in here that says no rebuilds. I'm sure in some parts of the country that might be the case, but heck, they let New Orleans rebuild, they should let everybody rebuild.
Okay.
There were a number of flood maps that were on the net for a very long time. I believe they were federal and state maps. Do you know if you're going to update those?
That's what this is all
That's
about.
what this, so
You know,
they may be on
the maps will be coming in.
regional. You said they're not going to make regional presentations, but do you know if they put the maps online?
You know, it's like, when you read this, it's like, we haven't got our work
Right,
done,
so we
but
don't
you
have
better
enough
do this, or we're
information.
not gonna, you know.
Well, they said no regional presentations or anything, but as I said, they were online because they used to reference them frequently. I remember this reference them before I moved into town. So, Tony, you have a question, please,
Well,
for the subject, if you would.
Well, it's a question and something else too. We found the flood maps, the new ones, and we went from an X zone, which is no flood zone, to an AE. So where we are is now supposedly gonna be changed. When these maps get changed, we're gonna go to an AE zone. We have flood insurance, we got an elevation certificate, which just, when you go to get your flood insurance, what happens is you get a special type of flood insurance, so you're not paying $3,000 for flood insurance, you're paying maybe $400 for flood insurance on a yearly basis. And the other advantage to getting an elevation certificate is it goes with the house. So if you sell it, the next person that goes, that transfers to them is transferable, which helps with the pricing of the house. So it helps save, you know, when you go to sell it, or should you decide to sell your home, that elevation certificate goes with the house. And it tells you how many feet above the lowest point in your area you are. And that's what your elevation certificate does. Costs a little bit of money to get it, but it may be worthwhile.
If anyone has an address, an internet address or something that we could put out for somebody, I'd be glad to do it. I think you would probably also do it with the website. Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Moderator has a question. Sorry.
It has nothing to do with your vote, but just,
All those opposed? Abstentions? 800. Sorry, Madam Moderator, you're another one's for a vote.
through you, to Mr. Barrett, does this require a public hearing, and has a public hearing now?
I don't know that, it is changing our zoning bylaw, so I would have to say we we will be doing a public hearing before town meeting. Along with that article, these changes have been inserted in our zoning bylaw to reflect the abbreviated version that's in the article.
What was it, sir? Thank you.
Thank you.
We're skipping,
Article 40, skipping what?
44, I didn't see anybody here.
Pardon?
I didn't see anybody here for 43 and 44.
I don't know, Article 43? Is there anyone here to represent Article 43?
Oh, wait a minute, what was 43?
Article 43 is to amend the earth removal regulations.
Oh, Mr. Pasevich went home.
And Article 44 was nitrogen.
Pasevich went home.
I might like to make a motion to move these to the end and then get the people that are here and then come back to these two things here. Or suggest.
We can do that. No, I will go ahead and do that. Is there anyone here for Article 46 to rescind the preservation restriction? Pardon?
48 will be.
No, 46. Article 40, that would bring us to Article 47.
Yep.
That's the financial capital.
Financial cap. Go through the article.
All right.
This was,
Article 47.
Here.
Okay, no, I'm gonna read it, see if the town will vote to set a financial cap for the sewer work to be charged to the Oakdale, Cromsett? Cromsett, okay, shoot me. Neighborhood, betterment cap of no more than $18,000. Need a motion for favorable action? Mr. McDonald, second? Second, Mr. Trudell. Petitioner, would you like to make your presentation?
I bet this is the first time you had this, huh? We should cap something instead.
No, we just capped the whole
Instead of
bunch
asking for more
accounts.
money. Well, we appreciate our being able to come in and defend our petition. The community of Oakdale is one I don't believe too many people have heard from in the last few years. It has changed tremendously with an influx of new residents and mixing with old residents. For example, my family and Ron's family, I think his wife's family, have been living in Oakdale, my family, for over 100 years. So we've been tax-paying residents for quite a while. And we're new at this now. We put this petition together when we kept hearing all of the information, or all of the, well, I'll say information that was going around about the betterment for our area, which included Cohasset. And we were trying to get some detailed information, and we couldn't get as much communication as we wanted, so we decided to come together as a community in a neighborhood and look into the matter. So for 6 months, we've been doing our own sort of behind-the-scenes research into the whole issue of the sewer and the betterment and all that kind of stuff. As I said, my family has been here for 100 years, but my house is only 5 years old. When I retired and came back to Wareham, I grew up here and graduated from high school here. I came back to live. The house that my parents had was no longer livable. It had asbestos and mites and all that good stuff, and so I had to tear it down and rebuild. I built a new sewer system, a new septic system, based on the fact that I was told that I had to do that, and that the sewer system would not be coming to Wareham for another 10 years. So since I was increasing the number of bathrooms, I needed to increase my septic. Come to find out, of course, that was not necessarily the case, and I started getting information about having to hook into the sewer system, as it were, after having paid nearly $30,000 to build a new septic system. We put the petition together because A, we wanted to make sure that the amount of money that Oakdale community residents would be charged would be fair and equitable based on other betterments that had been put together, for example, at Parkwood and some of the other areas. I know Briarwood, a whole bunch of, starting at $12,000, and I think the latest was like $17,000. So ours was being estimated at $22,000, and I believe Quemeset is even a little higher than that, even though we're all contract 2. Contract 3, which has not yet been done, is even higher than that. So we put together, this is Ron Robinson. Oh, by the way, my name is Barbara Gomes Beach. And this is Ron Robinson. We both live in Oakdale. I think I said that right. I'm a little nervous. This is the first time I've done this. So we wanted to we really wanted to put Oakdale on the map. And we brought Quemeset along because they were part of the contract. The original contract that we were supposed to be a part of was Contract 1, which partnered us with our neighbor right across Stanwich Road. Made more sense. All you had to do was cross the road and continue to put the pipes in. Less time, less effort, less pipes, less money, and yet we were summarily, in our opinion, put into Contract 2 with Quemeset. Nothing against our neighbors in Quemeset, but Quemeset is almost 3 miles away and included just a whole lot of other areas and a whole lot of other problems, and that's why one of the things why the price went up so high. We want to make sure that our neighbors, all of our neighbors, not just Quemeset, but all of our neighbors understand that our reasoning and our intent behind this was not to have any of them take up the slack for our betterment fee. If we are lucky enough to have it set at 18, or whatever it gets sets at, and hopefully not 22, it is not our intent that they should pick up the slack. We feel very strongly that the town created this problem and that they should fix it. And we think that there's money in all of the finances and all of the funds and all of the things that have been put together to do that. We're asking that they do that, is take a look at all of the funding and all of the ways that they have spent this money to ascertain where there are other funds to do that. Ron has a whole bunch of numbers so that you can answer a lot more of your questions. He's more the finance person than I am. But that's our reasoning. A lot of our residents don't understand that there is not just a betterment fee, there's a connection fee. In my case, because my house is at the bottom of a hill, I have to pay extra to have my sewerage pumped up the hill to connect with another pipe in order to be able to take my refuge away. I don't know what that's going to cost me. Like I said, I'm retired. I teach part-time at the college level. I still can't afford all of that. Anyway, that's where I am. I want to make sure I say that before. We feel very strongly that it's been very poor communications, not only with the Oakdale community and Quemeset as part of the Contract 2, but with other communities as well.
Travis, would you have a couple minutes?
Yes, thank you very much. Ron Robinson, excuse me, Oakdale Heights. I prepared something in, just let me go through it real quickly because what we're talking about here is not just dollars and cents. we're talking about a process. And at some point, we Wareham residents have to take a hold of the various processes that take place that end up in decisions that sometimes affect people or communities in an adverse way, and they shouldn't have. The Oakdale Permisa project was tainted and flawed from the very beginning. The annual Wareham Springtown meeting on April the 30th, 2007 reveals the following. At this meeting, a Wareham resident, I won't go into names, but at this meeting, a Wareham resident addressed the meeting and stated that she was under the impression that some of the sewer projects were mandated. One of the selectmen was acknowledged by the moderator, and he addressed the meeting by stating that the sewer project, and this is using his words, that this is all a mandated process. He continued on to say that we are following a mandate. And if this is defeated, which was Article 5 at that time, several bad things would happen. He added that this is not like we can pass on this article. We are following a mandate. That set the tone for all kinds of things to happen after that. People were under the impression that this was a mandated process. Nowhere could we find in any of the documents, minutes, or anywhere else, or an attorney that looked into it for us, nowhere could we find that this being a mandated process. An Oakdale pumping station on Avenue A is a prime example of the total disregard and lack of respect afforded to Oakdale residents in general and a Beaches Tabor in particular. It took a community petition for the selectmen to finally realize that the pump station location needed to be revisited. According to the environmental impact report prepared by CDM in 2002, benefiting households will be assessed betterments depending on the project and the size of their parcel. Under the town's present methodology, small lots such as that are in Oakdale will be assessed much higher betterments than larger lots in other neighborhoods. In this instance, the uniformity requirement of the law is completely ignored. I made a point of some relevant bylaws in Massachusetts general laws. Listen to me name a couple. The Town of Wareham's bylaws, Division 1, Article 4, Section 6. It gives the Finance Committee the authority to investigate the books, accounts, and management of any department of the town. And said books shall be open to the inspection of the committee or any person authorized to act for that said committee. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because we've had such a very difficult time in getting the kind of information and data that we needed to substantiate our request for this betterment cap. So when I read this and I saw that the Finance Committee has that authority, it just poses a situation where someone else would have a much better chance of getting this information that I'm assuming I'm going to be asked for later that we don't have, that someone else could have better access to this information than we do. Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 4.41a. And this, I'm saying this one because we haven't heard about this yet, but I'm hoping that it will come up later. Basically, it says that certain individual owners aged 65 or older may qualify for a deferral provided that demise of the owner, the deferred assessment is paid in full with interest. And it just talks about a person age 65, once the betterment is assessed, that somewhere down the line, that elderly person can apply for a deferral. Only property owners who are eligible for a deferral of their property taxes under this Massachusetts general law may defer assessments. One other point I'd like to make is that why a gravity system rather than a low pressure system? Our sewer project was completed, done by what they call a gravity system. And I raised the question about why a gravity system rather than a similar system which is called a low pressure system. A low pressure system would be less expensive to install than a gravity system, number one. The pipe is smaller and is not buried as deep. Since it doesn't need a fixed slope, which minimizes the cost risk for ledge removal and may run uphill, eliminating a number of costly pump stations needed to serve the gravity system. So what I'm saying is that we were burdened with this gravity system from the very beginning, when the low pressure system that is used throughout this country and throughout the state would have been a less costly way to do this. Once again, I don't know why we weren't afforded that opportunity. Facts and figures. There are many vehicles available to the town to recover capital costs, not including in the initial betterment, including transfer from the general fund, user fees, and other fund accounts connected with sewers. Identified areas where funds may be available from the following: the general fund, the state revolving fund, which is the SRF, the sewer enterprise fund, sewer retained earning fund, the stabilization fund, the sewer betterment retained earning account, wastewater enterprise fund, the water pollution control fund, and the contract retainage. Many sewer systems are set up as an enterprise fund, such as ours. A town or municipality is obligated by law to transfer cash from the general fund to the enterprise fund to cover any year-end cash deficits. A town enterprise fund is permitted to carry surpluses from year to year to be used for future capital expenditures or to reduce user fees. Existing sewer projects betterment costs, to give you an example, Wewianick, Hathaway, their betterment costs ended up averaging about $12,000 per unit. Briarwood Beaver Dam, $16,000. Rose Point, $15,000. Parkwood Tempest Knot, $15,000. Oakdale Cremisa, $22,000, which is an estimate because we don't have the final figure. And Agawam, a whopping $35,000, which is also estimated. In summary, let me just say that adoption of a bylaw based upon common sense represents the best opportunity for an even-handed betterment policy. The temptation to defer to popular pressure should have been resisted, and a plan for short-term cash needs and long-term planning should have been initiated. In the end, an understandable appeals process should have and must be available to those with legitimate abatement arguments. Now, I went through that because, like I said earlier, this is more about, it's more than just dollars and cents. There are a lot of other things involved here, and I think that we have to take a stand somewhere. People have to be responsible for the decisions that they make or they fail to make. And that's why, basically why I approve this, and we'll be ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Question?
It's not so much a question as you stated here that the moderator said that you don't believe that this was mandated. Well, the federal government paid a certain percentage of our sewer plant. We had to mandate so many homes along our coast that had to be seweraged by a certain date. I remember right when the sewer, that the federal government said that we had to put so many properties within the Buzzards Bay cleanup to do that, if I'm right.
We couldn't find any papers, any legal communication from the federal government or the state that said that we were mandated to put in the sewer system. What we did find, however, was a letter from Wareham to the local state, was it EPA or what, asking whether or not Wareham could qualify for sewer.
Mr. Bolton?
How many homes are affected by this from your standpoint, approximately, in the Cremisa?
The Wareham Cohasset was a 235 altogether, we think.
So 235, and just ballparking this, then, if you cap it at 18,000 versus 22,000, what I'm trying to get at here is the aggregate amount. It would be $4,000 times 235, for starters.
Right. You're
And that
correct.
would be, what, $800,000 then?
Approximately.
Okay, so $800,000, and that money would have to be presumably, have to come from someplace, so.
It's gotta come from somewhere. We agree.
Yeah,
We agree.
let me just add, can I just add to that? Let me just add that you're exactly right. However, since the final figure has not come in, it may not come in at 22,000. It may come in at 20,000. And if that's the case, then that figure that you're referring to would be cut in half. It may come in at 19,000. It's just that at this point, we want to present this article, like we said, because we think it's the fairest thing to do. But keep in mind that if it comes in at 19,000, we're looking at much less of an expenditure that we'd have to make up for.
McDonald?
Just a couple of things. I don't know if I can even ask this. Is this being pursued from a legal avenue as well?
We have an attorney. We have not made a decision to do to pursue it legally, no.
The other thing
It's
is,
not,
oh, I'm sorry.
not what we'd like to do. We
I
don't want
understand
to
that.
do that.
But that's part of, when we're weighing the decision, that's something we have to think about as well. And the other thing is, not for anything, but this article is specific to this Oakdale Cremisa. And what about the next group that comes along and says, they're getting ready to sue us and they're gonna put us in for 36, we've gotta do this as well. And that presents, now instead of 22 and 18, it's 36, and they want one at 18 too. So I don't really know how to express what I'm trying to say here.
Let me try to ease your fears there. What I think would happen is that as long as the process was fair from the beginning, and it was equitable from the beginning, no one's going to have a problem. We don't have a problem if it was fair and equitable. But there are so many instances where the process, like I said, was faulty, then there's where your problem comes in.
Yeah, I have no doubt. I will agree. And I'm no expert on the sewer, but just from watching the meetings, it doesn't look like it was a very well executed plan or even laid out plan for that.
And we're good residents and good taxpayers. If it comes in at 19 or even 20, and I'm not advocating that, and we certainly, like I said, we're good residents and we're good taxpayers. We have a vested interest in this town.
Mr. Gray?
I understand your problem, and I think you've presented it very well, both of you. But my problem as I look at this is that it seems that we need more of an overall solution rather than one community. I'm concerned. You brought up certainly different engineering ways that it could be handled and so forth. And candidly, you know more about it than I do. I know zero on it, so it's hard for me to react to it. But I think perhaps the whole problem needs to be looked at. And while I'm very sympathetic with you, it's hard for me to try and settle one community without knowing what the whole picture is or what the system should be overall. That's my problem. It's not whether you've been through, whether this is fair for you or not. It's just, I find it very hard to do it in a piecemeal way without knowing what the consequences are.
I think you're right, and we recognize that. A problem is a problem until a solution is arrived at. And our goal, one of our major goals, is to find an equitable solution. And that goes for all of our neighbors, not just Oakdale, Quincy. If we wanted to make a point, that point has to be the strongest, because we all live here, and we love the town. Okay?
Mrs. Brown?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I too sympathize with you. And I agree you can take them from different funds if the funds are available. But we just don't have the funds available. You know, this town is hurting financially desperately. Our school systems are hurting desperately. The one thing that really bothers me is we went to town, we went to the ballot boxes and we voted sewer commissioners. A year ago, we still don't have them. And I think that this will alleviate a lot of the problems when we get people that are in there and that's all that they're doing. Not just, oh, well, let's listen to this sewer complaint tonight or this or that and do it in passing. And, you know, looking at the areas with the 15 and 16,000, I'm sure that it probably was a little bit difference from them versus you guys. And I don't understand, as you said, why one side was in phase 1 and the other side of the street was phase 2. But I don't know all the details in that. But I can tell you, I can look you in the face and say, geez, I wish we could do something for you. I personally couldn't approve it only because there isn't anything. There just isn't anything, or any place to get it, as far as I see.
Mrs. Cattouli?
Thank you.
Try to give everybody an opportunity.
With your facts and figures here, first off, what is state revolving fund?
That's the original source of funds for the project that the town applied for.
You mean the stimulus money?
No, stimulus money is something extra that they added to subtract from the total cost.
State revolving funds, I would really like to know clarification what state revolving funds is.
They call it the SRF, as far as I know. This is what's been identified for me as the initial source for the funding. From what I understand, the town applied to the state through a town meeting to, first of all, borrow money to initiate the planning of the project. Then as the years went by, it then had to ask the state for money to pay for the project in anticipation for the betterment tax that would be applied later.
Oh, this is borrowed money, it's not like we don't have to pay it back.
Oh, no, you pay it back.
Right, so it's not like we can add that to help you pay for your bill, because we have to pay them back.
Yeah, that's paid initially to pay the contract, and then we get our money.
So that's not a funding source?
All the money is to be paid back.
Yes. You listed sewer enterprise fund, and then you listed wastewater enterprise revenue, and then water pollution control enterprise fund. There is only one fund, okay? That's wastewater pollution control. That's it. There is only one fund. There are not 3 enterprise funds.
Well, from what I understand,
Go ahead.
Yep, thank you very much. When I listed these are the funds that I was told that may be available. Like I said before, one of the problems is that I was not afforded the ability to identify these funds personally, because you have to file a request for information. And you know the runaround you get, and by the time that comes around, it'd be Christmas.
All right, well, this is why I want to clarify
Yeah,
that.
I understand that.
What wastewater enterprise revenue is you're considering revenue that the water pollution control facility gets. We're pumping out sewer, septic tanks. That is included in what the enterprise fund gets every year, okay? The problem that I have is, you talk about sewer betterment, retained earnings, et cetera, I mean, I just can't justify taking somebody else's money who paid in 10 years ago or whatever. They've paid off their project. They've been paying it off for the last 15 years. And taking that to pay for these projects. I'm sorry that we got into this situation, but at some point, whether it was legal or not, whether it was a mandate from the state or the EPA or whoever, all right, Wareham was told that they had to clean up its waters. okay? This is the way the town chose to do it, and there were plenty of us, I myself live in an area that I got told I had to hook up or pay a fine to. So I just can't, in this really difficult time, say to you that, okay, this is all you're gonna have to pay, and we're gonna take it out of our budget, because there is nothing left in the budget.
Mr. Trudell? I'm trying to give everybody a chance to speak before I go back around.
You said there was approximately 235 homes involved?
At least.
Okay. The quick calculation says 235 homes and a cap at 18,000 versus 22 would be about $940,000. Now, we've received our runouts from the treasurer for each project, how much was involved, how much people were paying back. And it's all predicated on people having low interest loans, those who pay back immediately an assessment, actually sets us a little bit behind, if you will. But these are all predicated to come out basically even. So that would mean that any retained earnings that they've laid aside to replace generators, to replace monitoring facilities, replace equipment, replace piping, would be basically liable for part of that $940,000 that your project wouldn't be paying into. And that's gonna put a burden back onto all sewer users, because then the sewer rates have to go up to reflect that $940,000. So in essence, those costs would be spread out on all users in order to maintain equilibrium.
Makes perfect math sense to me. What is intangible in all of that are the elderly, of which I consider myself one, who already has a mortgage, who is already paying flood zone insurance that I don't need, because I have a certificate too, but I still have to pay it, or my bank won't, wouldn't give me a mortgage. And on a limited income, there's no way I'm going to be able to borrow money to even to consider hooking up, which is something I have to be concerned with. You may end up losing residents who have been here for years because they cannot afford that little extra, it may be a little extra tax, but they can't afford to pay that extra money for their betterment, and they'll end up either walking away from their homes, or they'll maybe try to sell it. I'm just saying that there's more to it than just the good math. There's a lot of things.
I'd like to make a follow-up.
Okay.
My wife's friend, I consider myself getting more mature, but not yet older.
Okay. Well, I'm not quite there, but we're getting there.
She is elderly, and her tax bill came and it was up $1,000, and she did not understand why. She has all the facilities, but a jump in $1,000 tax bill was staggering to her. I pulled her sheets, did everything, explained to her. The bulk of it was a result of the assessment for hooking up the sewer. She'll somehow manage to pay it, but I do have a lot of sympathy to what you're saying. This is a real burden on all.
This is a real cultural as well as financial.
I do have an observation, but we've got somebody back here who also has a question, Mr. Walton.
Let's go through.
All right,
it
I'll do my bit here. I'm going to take an entirely different tack on this. I looked up before I came here on the Falmouth situation. And Falmouth is looking at something over $300 million as of a plan a couple years ago, and to take care of their issues. And the way they are proposing handling it is to split the cost between the taxpayers and
the betterment fees, and it was gonna run about $700 per year per taxpayer. And I thought, reading that sounds pretty reasonable to make sure the water stayed clean. I'm on sewer, I'm on septic. I should be absolutely opposed to their plan, quite the contrary. The town, in my opinion, and I include myself in this, benefits by virtue of having clean water in the sewer. Therefore, I think that we, and I myself here, should be paying part of that. And I take somewhat general exception with Donna on this. I realize it's gonna cost me money, what I'm proposing here, but I'm more than willing to pay it.
But the whole town should pay.
And that the whole town
But
should
it
pay.
hasn't been that way.
Well, I understand that the whole town has been that way. I know it's not a popular,
It ain't popular.
People are talking, I mean, it gets people.
that's
It also establishes some precedent going forward, as Mr. McDonald said.
I did do it.
Did you have a comment?
Yes, I do, I have one, just one.
Mr. Goodell, would you take over, please?
I honestly believe, I think, from our standpoint, this is definitely going to be an issue. From a financial standpoint, it's gonna be very difficult for me to get behind right now. Not because I don't believe what you're saying, and I honestly think it needs to be done, but there's just no good solution that I can see. However, I really think, just my opinion, that the best avenue for this is a legal avenue, because I know that's also expensive. See, this is when you get into money, it's what I said to the guy earlier from the school. Over here I got this, over here I got this, and they're just not a good solution. There's just only, this is how much money they have. And somewhere along the line, it appears to me that this was just not planned out correctly. You're getting on the end, and I understand the inflation, cost of money, but it seems to me that you're being charged a lot more than other people in a similar time frame, and that bothers me. So I don't know what from a financial standpoint, it's very difficult. The money doesn't exist, but it's got to come from somewhere. And maybe there's grants out there. I don't know. I know. Here we go back.
I appreciate the conversation. I'm sorry.
Can I just answer that for a minute? At some point, we as Wareham residents, we elect individuals to represent us and to make decisions based on good logical conclusions. In saying that, when are we going to start holding people responsible for some of those ill-fated decisions that they make? Point. People will do things that they want to do based on personal interest or whatever, as long as there's no penalty to pay. But when you start penalizing them, then they'll start reacting in a different manner. This is almost that type of situation. They acted very irresponsible, and they do it all the time, and we end up paying all the time. So when are we going to stop? We got to hold the line somewhere. We got to bang that gravel at some point. I get excited.
You vote them out, my friend.
We did.
Oh, we did, yeah.
We all did. We know what you're talking about, sorry.
Okay, let's continue.
Sorry.
Sorry.
You've spoken once, Tommy.
I have.
You got to yell at that.
Would the finance committee have problems if I take a comment from Mr. Walton, then come back to Mr.
Not a
Cavallaro?
problem.
All right, thank you very much. I didn't want to say anything, it's not my fight right now, but I want to straighten out a couple of problems that people don't understand. I've stated this again and time again, and no one listens. But the whole concept of this particular sewer problem is slowly ending, and we are 12, 13 years ahead of schedule. No one wants to listen to that. They want to push, which is, to me, not necessary. That's number one. Number two, comment that Bonnie made, I've heard that before. Why should someone else, like maybe the EDU or whatever, pay for that? Well, you could say that the people at Rose Point, the people at Briarwood, the people at Weemianic Shores, Beaver Dam, they have no sewerage going over the dam and onset, the bridge, that, why should their money pay for that? Should be the people in onset pay for that. That's not a bad analogy, but that's if you know, that whole thing is to help everybody. And contrary to the way people may think and have been misled, that their fees and costs would go up to cover. Not at all. It's just there's money there. There is money. It can help. It's basically there to help keep the treatment plant working, to take care of problems such as what happened in Onset. That's what it's used for and properly used for. But there is money available without hurting anybody. And a comment to what Donna said. The whole concept was done on linear footage. In other words, if you have a house that's a quarter of a mile long with 2 houses, and it's a quarter of a mile long with 10 houses, the cost is the same to dig the hole and put the pipe in, but the cost per household is a world apart. Now, way back, all the paperwork, these people have seen it from various discussions that took place with our sewer commissioners. They talked about different combinations of neighborhoods, which is the proper way to do it, so that the neighborhoods, the concepts, the phases are the same, everybody will pay the same. But if you say that a household, an area that has 230 households, and an area that has over 500 households, well, obviously, the people with the 200, because they're clustered very similarly, they're not spread out. It stands to reason. One area is going to pay a lot more than the other. And go back one more that's not done, which that's why I don't want to talk about that, but that's my area. We get destroyed. We're only talking about 100 houses. And then another argument that people were talking about engineering. There's engineering money available. The money was borrowed. And can't divide that equally in 3 different areas because all 3 were totally different areas. And that, again, previous commissioners were talking about each area should pay that same amount. Ridiculous. The engineering people borrowed from one unused sum to pay for moving a pump station somewhere else. It's ridiculous. All we ask, all anybody asks, is fairness. Never was this sewer concept meant to take people and take their homes away from them, take a fantastic amount of home equity away from them, and destroy their lives. It was never meant that way. All for the sake of for sewer disposal. It can be done in a fair way. That's all anybody's asking. It was very, very well presented tonight, and I think it's something that should be looked at. It never, from day one, the state said there is no mandate and there never was. That is a direct quote from the state. So anybody has an idea that it was a mandate, never was. Thank you, I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Camonero.
And you had said, one thing that you said that, you want to be, good neighbors and things like that, but everyone in the town is getting back to what other people said, has enjoyed clean water because of the sewer system, okay? Well, Onset had to hitch up to the sewer system in 1977. So we've been paying sewer bills and sewer fees for over 30 years. And you people over in Oakdale have enjoyed clean water, or cleaner water, because of other people who paid sewer bills for many, 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 many years. Now that you're just coming into where you're going to get sewerage, and I understand that there might be big costs to bring it there and everything, but the cost that you're spending now doesn't outweigh the cost that some people have paid for the last 30 years for clean water. So, I just, to be all in fair, the whole town of Wareham is enjoying clean water. It is an expensive process, and everyone has to pay the bill. That's all I can say. Okay?
Thank you.
But I also, Mr. Robbins, what I'd like to do is make sure that when you go to town meeting, some of these funds that you have here are duplicates. Yeah. And I don't want you to sound, I don't want people to sit there and say, oh, I know better, and he doesn't know, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. All right, and, the ones that you talked about, general fund that's everything. That's for our schools or police and all those types of things. So you're right, that's if the public pays, it comes out of the general fund. State revolving means additional borrowing, all right? And that gets into authorization by the town meeting. The sewer enterprise fund, the sewer retained earning funds, the enterprise fund, as was mentioned, the water wastewater enterprise fund and the water pollution control enterprise fund are all in the same one fund.
Different
It's
categories.
just the water pollution control enterprise fund.
Not different categories?
They're not, no, it's not even a matter of different categories.
Just number 8.
Oh, just number 8,
Number
okay.
8.
Sounds right.
So 3 and 7 do not exist. All right, the sewer betterment retained earnings account, all right, that particular amount of money, and it's, right now it's mixed into the sewer retained earning fund. All right, we're gonna have to do something to separate that on our side. If someone pays off their loan ahead of time, all right, when we bond it, we bond for the full amount of the principal and the interest when people buy those bonds. If somebody pays early, we can't pay early and cut our interest. We have to pay the bond because that's how it's purchased. So what happens, it goes into that retained earnings fund. We try to use it to get additional interest so we can use it in the enterprise fund, et cetera. But that money's already committed to the bondholder. So that money's really not available. All right, in general, the stabilization fund is basically, you go to buy a mortgage, you better have a savings account with some money in it because they want to see that you can pay going forward. And with the borrowing needs that we had, at one time we had $1 million stabilization fund, we wiped it out, and we've been slowly building it back. I talked with the treasurer the other day and said, based on our borrowing needs going forward, et cetera, if we were to strip the stabilization fund at all, what would happen? And he said it would either be somewhere between 35 and 75 basis points additional expense on any new borrowing that we do going forward, which would impact your regular tax bills. All right, so I want you to understand what the stabilization fund is, okay? And let me tell you, the chief of police, the superintendent of schools, the head of municipal maintenance, I think even we want some of the money out of that. Everybody wants money out of the
Everybody wants some
stabilization.
money.
Yeah, and it's only $600,000 at this point because it was stripped down to zero. And we knew we had borrowing requirements going forward. It would affect our bond ratings, what happens if we started to strip it at this point, again. And we will be going forward. Next time we go to borrow for anything, we stand the chance of going into a bond rating, and stripping of that fund would hurt us. All right, that's all I wanted to bring up to you. So your possibilities are the general fund. You know, would they borrow again to the state revolver? All right, and you also brought, number 9 was contract. What was number 9 you said for source, contract?
Contract retainage.
Contract
That's something I had
retainage.
later.
I'm not sure what's in there.
Contingency fund.
All right, but just so you understand what the funds are, I think basically you have maybe 3 or 4 sources rather than 9 sources. All right, and there is a question right now, as I said, the sewer betterment retained earnings and the sewer retained earnings funds, those that were combined like last year, and we've been looking to try to split those back out again. All right, so but those retained earnings are, as Mr. Trudell said, what people have been paying right along, knowing that we're going to have to replace pumps. There's pipage to be replaced, et cetera. And we have a lot of pumps right now that are pushing, as Mr. Camerano said, 30 to 35 years. All right, and so there's going to be some reluctance on that side. I feel 100% for you. I understand where you're coming from. I was glad to see that you were able to find something that says people may be able, as elders, to put it off, you know, until some later date or whatever, and not have to deal with it in their lives. But I want to make sure you have at least that information, so you don't go into 3 or 4 that are possibilities versus everybody saying, wait a minute, it's the same thing. What's he talking about?
And I want to thank you very much, and I appreciate it. And that's the exact reason why I recited the Division 1 Article 4, Section 6, because, like I said, the Finance Committee has access to the information. And you just made that very clear that you have that information, you know about those funds. We weren't able to get it, and I'm really, really happy that you
You're
explained
more
it
than
to
welcome
us.
to contact me, and I'll help you get through that whole thing if you want.
Great, thank you.
I'll follow up with you.
That'd be great.
Yep. If there are no other comments from the committee, I'll move the question of all those who are in favor of this article, please signify by saying aye. Aye. I have it as 2. All those opposed?
Aye.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 opposed, Abstain? Okay, vote is 2 and...
We're missing one.
No, it's mine, it's mine.
You have to vote one way or the other, for against or abstain. You can't abstain.
You can abstain, yeah.
Yes.
I'll vote for it.
Three.
You got three.
3, 4, 5 against.
3, 4, 5.
3, 5, 0.
Like, contact, we're more, you know, helping
Okay, we
everybody.
will. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
I just, they're putting that.
Yeah, that's why the only ones before. Well, there's also for the committee's not edification, shall we say? The Board of Selectmen last night voted 1-1-1 on that article, 1 for, 1 against, and 1 abstention.
Wait a
I
minute,
mean,
how
there
many?
there were only three there. There were only 3 there last night, and they split their vote evenly, 1-1-1.
So it didn't pass.
It didn't pass.
You know, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Because it goes to town
It's
meeting
what their
anyway.
recommendation is.
It's supported that way.
I've been asked for a 5-minute recess. Any objections?
Yes, that'd be really good right about
We
that.
I
take a
have no
five-
objections.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess, so,
Can I go
and then we'll
for
get
5
right
minutes?
back. Next article will be addressed to article number 48, I promise.
The recess.
Wasn't my day.
We'll address it.
You should advise those people to use the legal, methods for this.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
the
no.
only way they're gonna get there.
You and I both know that, but also especially when you make presentations. Embarrassing.
Yep.
No, so I said I would
What's
help you
next?
on that. Let's see, Article 48, see if the town will available funds, 30,000, to defray the cost of demolition of derelict property and to defray the cost of tax title filing in the town treasurer's collector's office or to do or act in any manner relative thereto. Chair will accept the motion for favorable action.
So moved.
So moved, second? Second. Please first introduce
Hi,
yourself.
my name is Joe Mulkern. I live on 20 Wychunas Ave. I moved in town here, it'll be 3 years next month. And I really love this town, and when I first came in here, the thing that amazed me the most was the number of derelict, I call them condemned buildings, but town council told me to use the word derelict, I don't know why, but I went around, I started doing some investigating, because I'm a retired person, and I have nothing else to do with my life but go around and pick at things. And I went to the different offices, the collector's office, the assessor's office. I got information on the number of buildings. I didn't realize there were so many. I'm just talking residential properties. I found 11 of them. And I found out that, talking to the collector treasurers, that they gave me a figure when I asked them how much of back taxes were owed. And they said over $3 million, I guess. But checking out these 11 properties that I investigated, they owe back taxes roughly around $39,000-$40,000. And talking with the this is Miles Burke, talking with him, I found there was money available on an account here, I guess maybe a year or so ago, that they had to tear buildings down, and I'm trying to find out who pushes the issue to get these things taken care of. So I'm still wondering what's happening. We're trying to get, as you know, I come by Sandwich Road, and a piece of property that burnt down a while back. And I've been trying to work with those people to get the monies appropriated to do that, and just the lock of horns. I don't know what's going on. I think the selectmen are gonna finally sit down and have some lead person do it. So in the meantime, I did investigating, and I found all these different properties. I found 11 throughout the town. This is residential only. I didn't even get involved with the commercial part. And talked to the police chief. He's in favor because there are people that are actually squatting in these places, some of the places. And I never realized that red X there, I thought it was condemned. The only reason they put that up is the fire department, so that if there's a fire, they won't go in and,
They won't risk their life.
they won't, yeah, exactly, won't risk their life. So I thought, that was something I learned as well. So just like doing my checking out, I talked with Chief Stanley, he's in favor, and he says, in fact, when I was out doing some investigating, I found squatters in some places there. And there's one place up on Cranberry Highway that's not only it's not squatted, but someone's using the back property, they're dumping hazardous waste up there, they're dumping building material. It's unbelievable what people do. In fact, there's a boat up there if anybody wants it, you know. So, yeah, I talked to the chief, and I talked to the both fire chiefs, and both of them are in favor too, of, you know, taking care of the problems there. So, let me see what else okay, we talked about the monies there, see properties here, we can have an empty. Like I say, that one up on Sanders Road there, they went out and put a bid out on the thing, it's like $4,000. I was surprised, I thought it cost them a lot more money to tear the building down. But talking to the people, I'm going around, I have a post thing made up here already, I'm gonna pass it out. I'm going up and down the streets to where the properties are, I'm trying to get the people up there to support this article. I know it's $30,000, I know we're strapped for money, thank God I'm not talking about sewage. But the $30,000 will more than pay for itself if we, you know, put a lien on these properties. Two of them are close to $30,000, just two of them. So if they, and that's in litigation right now. So hopefully we'll get that money, and we can start tearing the buildings down. And I figure between $30,000 and the $25,000 supposedly is in the town funds there. We could tear all these 11 buildings down if we kept it down to the $5,000 per building.
Okay. Here's a question for Mr. Sullivan. Is the $25,000 still in the budget?
It is in inspections and their expenses lines.
All right, and that's basically meant to be the building's torn down and then charged to the owner?
You would charge the owner and give them money, would go back to the general fund. The question was if...
I thought it was going back to the $25,000.
I don't think it can go back directly
to that. Okay.
So you couldn't set it up really as a revolving account. I don't believe you legally can do that when speaking with town council. And that was one of the thoughts on it.
Okay, Mr. Paulson?
I had thought that the original budget from last December had 50,000 earmarked for this. Is that not correct, Eric?
The FY 13 budget, I still have 25. I think they had planned on 50 at one time. I'll have to look in my book and see what the final number was on that in their budget.
Any other conversation? Okay. Mrs. Tully?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Derek, was there actual expenditures for demolition in 2011?
I
searched through my stuff, but
I see from, it's not listed in the demolition account. I don't have anything listed as expended from that. I'd have to go through data to see if anything was quoted as that, but not what I have listed.
Any other questions?
Richard Stevens, when they sell these properties, they have sold some of these condemned buildings that he's talking about at auction from the town. I think that the town should put in, when they sell one of these at auction, that they should either tear it down or do something within a time frame. One of the worst homes there is the one on the corner of Wareham and 11th. I mean, I played in that as a kid, it was empty, that's 50 years ago. And it got sold recently at, the town auction, that lot of land. But yet nothing's been done to the home. So the town's gonna sell it back and put it back on tax record. I think they should make them demolish it in such a period of time, you know? I did it personally with something we bought, we tore it down, but we weren't mandated. I think it should be mandated.
Mr. Trudell?
I'll turn you to Mr. Sullivan. My understanding is that the town treasurer then puts a lien on the deed at Plymouth County or wherever it's recorded, and that then becomes part of, whether it's taxes or whatever, it becomes part of what somebody has to pay in order to get that out of hock.
Correct, so at some point, the lot may not be worth somebody purchasing it.
What is the problem?
I can answer that question here for you too. They can put a lien on the property, and when they put a lien on the property and they auction it off, the town gets the first bite at the money. In other words, if they get $50,000 and the town is owed 40, they're gonna get the $40,000 and everybody else fights over that money as well. So that's the beauty of it, and I agree, there's something should be done because apparently there's a lack of, I've gone back, some of them go back as far as 1998. I know maybe that's when they do it every 10 years or something like that, but it seems like it's a shame to see a building there sitting there for 17 years, some of them I've gone to look at. I mean, you look inside the place, the floors are collapsed, the ceilings are coming down, it's probably a disgrace. And most of the people I've talked to when I'm going around, they're like I say, their house, the cost of their house has gone down. Because I started walking Sandwich Road today, going down, dropping things off at people's doors, and the people are upset. And I'm trying to say, get up there and, you know, force someone to do this here. It's a shame. I mean, we have a beautiful town here. We have beautiful water, and we have, like I say, I see 11 buildings, and it's a disgrace when you go through town.
Any other comments? I would remind you, though, that at town meeting, it's a zero-sum game. For you pass this article, you have to tell us where in the budget we have to take out $30,000.
That's my problem. I'm not a financial man, and nobody's in the town has told me, and I'm assuming $30,000, we should be able to squeeze it somewhere, because we can put it right back into the account, the first building of land we sell off. It doesn't go back into I asked town council if we could put a revolving account in to do this here, you know, one at a time, and push someone to start doing something. You know, we have inspectional services that they have supposedly have the money. We have the selectman's office. We have talked with the Board of Health. The Board of Health is complaining because the selectmen aren't doing this. And I went to the meeting tonight, and they're going to go up and look to have a point person, someone that just funnels this thing to get going. I mean, it's a shame to sit here for 17 years in this town here. But I have no idea what the fund, I'm slow.
I don't disagree. Madam Moderator, is this acceptable on town floor without?
It would have to be a funding source identified.
It has to be a funding source.
Well, that's what I'm
Or
saying.
there has to be an appropriation reduction in some other item.
Talking to Mr. Bowen, I sat down with him, and I think Mrs. Sullivan was there too, and nobody told me that this article was on the warrant last year, and it was tabled, and they were asking for $59,500, I think it was. And this year, like I say, I went to town council, he didn't suggest it, you know, it's the first time I ever wrote up a warrant article, you know, so
No, I understand.
we changed the wording from last year, we did a little here and there, because, you know, I'm a plumber, I'm not a lawyer.
I know. The next problem comes though is when they put the budget together, they didn't consider your article.
Yeah.
Right? That's the problem. It's up to her really, as to, even if we pass it, as to whether or not it ever gets to the floor, because it doesn't have a funding, so it is a zero-sum game.
It is possible to leave town meeting with an unbalanced budget. I mean, it doesn't have to be funded.
A lot of consequences, and I would not want to do that this year under any circumstances.
I understand that, but I'm trying to make a point, and the point is, you could walk out of there with an unbalanced budget. I'm not suggesting we do that.
I understand that.
Okay.
But that 30,000 would rapidly grow to 3 million. Let's be honest about it. If that's what we say, that we could walk out unbalanced, that would guarantee you it will grow that night to 3 million.
I'm just trying to make the point.
Okay.
Like the $25,000 that we already have in this account, could you change that to 25,000 and use that money?
It's already there.
It's already there.
That's what I mean. Why can't
He's asking for an addition of 30.
Oh, an additional over the 25. I'm sorry, I didn't
So
see
he's
that.
talking about actually raising that amount to 30,000, to 55,000.
So if you already have 25,000, why don't you just work with that?
Well, when I started looking at the thing, you know, I'm not looking, I didn't even know about the $25,000.
He didn't.
He didn't know about it, okay.
You know, then, you know, you do a little bit of research and all of a sudden someone tells you something.
We're very familiar with that.
Yeah, I'm not.
We're very familiar
If you already
with
have
that.
25, Joe, I think you should try to work with that. Get the town to work with the 25 they have. That's my opinion.
And
It's
if
not
you need one
necessarily-
next year, come back, we can
Right.
put it together, you know, put
Get
it
it
together
going with the
the
25.
right way.
Also, you have a right to raise it on the town floor, explain where you're going, and I think at that point he can withdraw it, correct, Madam Moderator?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
He could actually withdraw it after he presented it.
Yes. Or he doesn't have to present it, he could just state
I know.
and say he wishes to withdraw it, we could pass over it.
Okay.
That would be the other thing is, you have a good point, come up and then say, since I filed this,
Well,
I've learned, and I
I've
also
learned, but-
understand our budget problems because of the war we
Well,
just
I
had.
agree 100%, but like, let me tell you what,
But I
I'm
think
not
you-
gonna withdraw it, because I'm gonna go to the town, I'm gonna hit these 10 streets, and I'm gonna ask everybody on that street to get up at town meeting, and I hope, we can do it the first night, get
Well, the
both
problem is
people-
the funding source.
Well, I know it's the funding source, but I
Problem is
mean,
the funding source.
the $30,000 you invest in this thing, a warrant article, we'll get it back on the other end tenfold, let me tell you. If the people are owed $3 million in back taxes and things like that, we can do that on selling of this land.
I fully understand, I have that on my street, I also know that if the property is severely run down, the neighbors can put in for abatements, so it can cost you that way as well, but we do have a funding problem. Any other discussion? I just want to make also that you understood what could happen at town
Yes.
meeting where you need a funding source. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
So it's gonna be 170. Did you want to abstain?
No, my chairman told me I couldn't do that.
There you go.
Be advised, I agree with you 100%.
They
are terrible eyesores.
John, you got 25 years.
I'll go for the whole
Low ball wax.
Oh, no.
Be careful what you ask for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Article 49, Article 49 is to see if the town will vote to discontinue that portion of Gray Street shown on the map on file in the town clerk's office and to change the purpose for which such portion is held by the selectmen from general municipal and street purposes to purposes of conveyance, and furthermore to authorize the board of selectmen to dispose of said property on such terms as it deems appropriate or take any other action relative thereto. You, sir, Mr. Rotella?
Yes, hi, my name is Dave Rotella.
I need a motion for favorable action,
So moved.
and seconded by Mr. Fidel. Mr. Rotella?
Hi, my name is David Rotella. Live at 23 Nanny Street in Onset. I'm gonna be the first guy to not ask for money from you tonight, but tell you I wanna give you money. I'm looking to buy, there's a piece of land behind my house. It's town property, it's a discontinued part of Gray Street. I've been researching this for 2 years. Town didn't even know they owned the land. Going back through the charts, they thought it was the builder's property. Looked for builders. You know, we finally figured out it's part of Gray Street. Streets got chopped off. It just got forgot about. I'm just looking to build up my backyard a little bit. It's a little narrow. Just want to put a nice family area back there with a fire pit. Be able to cook back there. I've spoken to everyone in the town hall. I do have the signatures from all the town municipalities, water department, police department, fire department. Everyone signed off on it. Mr. Charbonneau helped me tremendously with this. He's all for it. Dave over in Conservation's for it. Mr. Anderson's, I've been bugging him for 2 years. He knows all about it. John Foster downstairs, I spoke to him about it. He thought it was a fine idea, sell off a piece of land, make some money on the sell, pay taxes on it. It's not use of the town, it's to no use of the town. Speaking to lawyers, you know, I kind of have a legal right to part of it anyways, 10 feet of it anyways if I want to. So rather than just do it the wrong way and take 10 feet, I'd like to purchase it, and that way there's never any issues with it. I'm not doing anything illegal. Money goes to the town. It's off the town's books that they didn't even know about, and that's pretty much about it.
So how much is it worth?
I was going to ask you,
Yeah.
well, I was going to ask you if he, that Mr. Mulkin.
Yeah.
Or Mulkern.
Well, I spoke to
No, you don't have to answer that.
The lot is from the records, it's 20 feet wide by, I think, approximately like 200 feet.
$100.
Is it all buildable?
It's not buildable. Speaking to, like I said, speaking to people, it's worth a couple $1,000 is what it's worth. You know, I do know something like this was purchased a few years ago from Atlantic Boats. Same sort of thing happened. I know it's been done in the town before. Just usually not by a resident. It's usually the big boys that can do it, the guys with the money and connections. Like I said, I'm just...
Well, how much is owed in back taxes in it?
No taxes that I know of on it.
They own it.
They owned it.
May we see the signature document
Sure.
that you had there? Or
Just pass it down.
just pass it around?
Do you want to take a look at the plot plan also?
No. We just want to see the signature plan.
I want to see the one where you have the fire pit already put in, and how our chairs are gonna go around for the weenie roast.
Oh, you get the best chairs too.
Where are you?
We are,
Get the plan.
Those Grady Street. That's the section right there.
This long section.
Yeah, the section right there.
And where's your house?
My house is right here. This is my house, right in here. Grady Street, just Grady Street right there.
Is it a dead end?
Your house starts here.
My house starts over
Right
here.
right here.
Yeah,
And goes to where?
goes to approximately like right over there.
Here and there.
Yep.
But you want all of it?
Well, when I
understand that.
when I went and talked to the town, everyone in the town, they told me you can't just purchase a piece of it. You have to purchase the
All
whole
right,
thing.
please.
If you want to sell it off
Think you want to look at that?
individually, you can
That's
sell
who
it.
signed, that's who signed up on the town surrender, which is the agreement. If it's so ordered.
This whole strip.
This whole strip, and your lot is, okay, so you're really taking up something 20 feet deep by 2 feet wide.
Right. And I can't just purchase a portion, I have to purchase the whole thing.
This house is here.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's nothing to make it, nothing can be built, right?
No, yeah. 'Cause you
Even
have
with
to-
his land?
You have to turn around and have it, a surveyor can change.
I don't have a problem as long as you put in the thing that you can't
Yeah,
build
Don,
on.
the signature page is there. I don't know if I can see it. All right, is there any further discussion on this?
Yeah, the only thing,
So you can see the signatures, yes.
the only thing I would like to say that should be put in the sale or whatever, that it be no buildable lot, like even if he adds land from his to this, that it could never be built on, then I don't think it'd be a problem, because with his house and with that long lot of land, he might be enough to squeeze another house into something. I don't think that would be fair to the neighbors.
Well, the article is to change the status of the land, not to sell it. That comes after the fact. First, he has to have it changed.
Okay,
Right?
so
So
this,
and then after that, the terms could be set up.
okay, so this article's just to change the,
That's what it appears to be.
is that correct?
The article is
It's not for the
just to
sale.
allow the sale of the land, that's how I
It's
understand
allowed to change the status so it can be
it.
sold.
Exactly, I'm sorry.
Right. There's a big difference between that and say where it's gonna be
So
sold.
you're gonna have to come up again to sell it?
I don't know.
Or to buy it. Well,
To
the
buy
town would
it,
have
buy
to.
it, yeah.
That I'm not sure. If
Yeah,
we
I
have to see
don't
the
know, I'd
process.
still like to see that put in, just in case it falls apart, you know? It's just my opinion.
Any further comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so it's 7-1. No abstentions?
Thank you.
All set?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Article 50. Yes, 50, to see if the town will vote to authorize the board of selectmen to release any and all right, title, or interest that the town may have in any and those certain local initiative programs, affordable housing restrictions, attaching deed riders to those deeds recorded at the Plymouth County Registry of Deeds in book 35749, page 87, and book 35749, page 71, title to the properties located at 250 Marion Road, Wareham, Massachusetts, and 2 Beach Street Extension, Wareham, Massachusetts. or to do or act in any manner relative thereto. Such release is to be approved in form and executed by the chairman of the board of selectmen. A motion for favorable action, please.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Catoli, Mr. McDonald. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm
Please.
Steve Suey.
Your pardon?
Steve Suey,
Okay.
and I am representing Habitat for Humanity. They asked me to do this just because I'm familiar with this issue. I am the former president of the Buzzards Bay Area Habitat for Humanity, and back before I was president, this goes back about 6 years ago, where Habitat was approached by then town planner Chuck Rickus to put deed restrictions on 3 of their existing properties, to count them. The goal was to count them towards Wareham affordable housing stock. Habitat agreed to do that, wrote deed restrictions with the help of an attorney who was working for Habitat, or doing some pro bono work for Habitat at the time. They went about it totally incorrectly, and went and filed these deed restrictions without getting approval from the town or the state to have the houses counted as affordable housing. And since that time, the state, the HCD, denied them. So they do not count, and it was never brought to the town, so it's not part of the town affordable housing stock. They were never counted. So the deed restrictions are in essence invalid because they refer to a DHCD LIP program that's not in place. So in order to convey the houses, or in order to fix the deed restriction, we were told that we had to have the selectmen sign off on it. That didn't happen because they didn't feel comfortable, because they felt that was real property. So in talks with Wareham Town Council, it was decided that there was only 2 ways to lift the restriction. One was town meeting vote, and the other was to go to land court. So we are, one of the properties, the 2 Beach Street extension, has since, was foreclosed on a few years ago, and was since bought by somebody else, which is why Michael LaCava's name is also on this. He is the current owner of that parcel. And again, he can't convey it because of the invalid deed restriction. So he is part of this, and we're just simply trying to fix an error that was created by us. And this is the only way to fix it. The plan is, originally there was 3 houses. One of the houses, the deed restriction was never placed because it was registered land, so it was rejected. Then the 250 Marion Road is still a Habitat property. The plan is for the onset property, which isn't on this, and the 250 Marion Road property, which are both still Habitat properties, is to get new deed restrictions, and ideally we want to get those counted towards Wareham's affordable housing stock.
Any questions?
Which one's going away?
2 Beach Street.
Come around.
One question, is 215 Marion Road, is that the one,
Right next to Cranberry Cottage.
Cottage, yeah.
oh, okay, no, I thought it was, no, I thought it was.
Mrs. Catoli?
I'm a little confused here.
Yep.
Okay, so we're talking about 2 properties here, am I correct?
Correct.
250 Marion Road and 2 Beach Street Extension, and you're saying 2 Beach Street is now owned by Mr. LaCava?
Correct.
Is that correct? What is Mr. LaCava's intention with 2 Beach Street?
He is selling that. He has a young family who's been trying to buy it and can't convey title because of the invalid deed restriction on it.
Okay, and then you said that 250 Marion Road and another property in Onset would be
Right, they're actually,
restricted?
yeah, we're trying to get those, a new deed restriction placed on those.
But the intention for 2 Beach Street was to have a deed restriction to keep it affordable housing. Why can't we do that as well?
Because it's no longer our property.
Because it's no longer our property.
It's no longer Habitat's property.
I'm a little confused. How did Mr. LaCava purchase
Got
this
foreclosed,
if
you
it
said.
had, oh, it was
It was
foreclosed on?
foreclosed on, yeah, that one was foreclosed on.
I have a question about that.
But he still managed to purchase it even though it had a deed restriction?
Yes.
Mr. Cameron?
Yeah, you know what? I don't believe that's not clear title. So, in order for a deed to be, a title to be transferred, okay, it has to have a clear deed and title. It has that restriction on it. It cannot be foreclosed on. It's still gonna be tied up in the purchase. He can't have ownership of it yet. He might have the rights to buy it.
He does have ownership of it.
He
The
does.
The deed's in his name, yes.
I can't see how it has that restriction on it. Because Habitat Community got the land from what, the town?
No.
They got the land donated?
The land was donated by a private citizen.
Okay, now it was donated for a reason. It was donated for Habitat for Humanity, for a family that needs it, and to put it on the affordable housing restrictions. Now, the person who lost it, that Habitat Humanity put in there in all good faith, didn't pay the bills and lost the house. Okay? So that's Habitat Humanity didn't do their homework correctly for this family. Now you want us to come back and give it to this guy who can buy it, make a lot of money on it, with the deed restriction. It's all sounds wrong and financially beneficial to this guy in the town, and everybody else is going to, take the gas pipe on this.
It was never part of the town's affordable housing stock, though.
It was supposed to have been. It was supposed to have been deeded that way.
Well, that deed restriction was placed 5 years, 6 years after the house was already.
Doesn't matter when it was placed on there. It was placed on there because it was Habitat Humanity home. I don't care when it was put on there.
Yeah.
Put on there for a reason.
Yeah, when it was originally done, there was a different type of restriction on it. And that's was the original restriction. Then, 6 years later, when they were approached by the town to try to get it to account, that's when they tried to put that deed restriction on.
Mr. McDonald?
I'll just be real quick. Going a step further.
Yeah.
What I'm getting from this is Michael O'Connell has bought this house with the intention of whatever, rehabbing it, if you will, or something.
Sure.
And then, and it will go back and count against.
No, it won't.
No.
No, it
That's
won't.
what we're losing.
No, that house is no longer a Habitat.
I understand that, but it's saying here that, look in the town, I'm just doing certain, the two houses will never count as affordable housing, okay?
To release all rights.
We have to, the town meeting has to release what was authorized and done inefficiently in the first place.
Done incorrectly.
Okay, done incorrectly. All right, Mr. LaCava is not going to sell that home and redeed it as affordable housing.
No.
Okay, he has probably the best of intentions. He came to us before. Yes, he does a rehab on homes and wants to sell it to some nice young family, and that's very nice of him. But it will not be restricted as an affordable home.
But if we don't do this, it's just gonna sit there, correctly? I mean,
Right.
Correct.
nothing's gonna be done, we're gonna end up coming with the other guy coming in here looking to, for a
Right.
derelict home thing later on, so I mean, what are we?
Fine with your comment, please state for the order.
Yeah, Mr. LaCava bought the house.
Correct.
With the deed restriction on the house, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. So when he bought that house, it would be my opinion that it's up to him to fix that deed restriction and get it so it is affordable. And if he didn't want to do that, he should have never bought the house.
He's trying to get around.
And that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, without paying.
Without paying anything.
Come on.
Please.
Well, to pay what? I don't understand that. Who's he supposed to pay?
Tom, go ahead, I'm sorry. I want to bring
He
it
needs
back.
to get a lawyer and do it the right way.
Well, in all
This
fairness,
is a
he is.
freeway.
He is. That property is actually in land court right now. And that was a recommendation of Wareham Town Council to do a friendly lawsuit, which didn't happen to be a friendly lawsuit after it was agreed upon. But he is in land court right now. The issue, again, is we're just trying to correct an error that we made.
You know what,
Okay.
the biggest error you guys made was losing the home in the first place.
That's a moot point.
That's a whole different story and a long story.
I'm sorry, we help Habitat for Humanity and they, I'm sorry. I'll leave it alone. I'll let it go. I'll let it go.
Yeah, but while you're at it, you can make a motion to extend the hour.
I'll make a motion to extend the hour to 10 o'clock, please.
Just a quick one.
Have a second?
Second.
Extend. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 8-0-0.
And just to clarify that too, I mean, the town of Wareham has not given anything for that property. As far as they didn't put money into the property, they didn't donate property. It was, the whole time it was a Habitat for Humanity house, it was taxed at normal rate.
All right, Mr. Cameron.
I'm gonna let it go.
You know,
I don't want to go there too, it's not right. I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna refrain from saying anymore.
I just wanted to clarify what we were winning and losing in this deal. And, I mean, I will vote in favor of it, only to the fact that we don't have anything now. The deeds are not legal, they're not correct, therefore they're not being counted. What this gentleman is telling us is that at least if we approve this, we're gonna get 250 Marion Road into the rolls as affordable housing. And he's also promised an additional one in Onset, so.
No, that's what it was.
No, 250 Marion Road.
250 Marion Road and another one on Onset. We are trying to get
Will be
affordable
deed
housing deed
restrictions
restrictions on those properties.
Okay.
Trying, but that's not what this
There's
says.
no guarantee.
No, there's no guarantee the town
But
has
we
to.
can't do that
okay those
unless
too.
this goes through.
But you can't get a land court and have it declared.
Right, well, I would like to make the man's life a little easier, but there we go.
Well,
Mr. LaCava brought this to, actually to Tony's point, or maybe extension of this point. Mr. LaCava bought the property. He knew there was a potential problem, and now he was trying to solve the problem with our help. It would seem to me that if Mr. LaCava wants our support, if he wants my support, I'm gonna vote against this as it stands, that what he should say is, I'm gonna make $100,000 profit on this, and town of Wareham, here's what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cut a check for $50,000.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna vote for something that
He's on the
benefits
money, exactly right.
somebody who's taken a chance, and he may win or lose. If he wins the whole thing. If he loses, he's, but we don't get anything out of it.
No,
You're all set.
I'm ready to vote.
Any other comments?
This is way.
Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
I need hands.
Mm,
Opposed?
no.
Only 2 opposed?
Yeah.
No abstentions?
No, I voted for yes.
No, you guys don't
All right,
understand.
it's 5-3.
You don't understand.
5-3. 5-3. The chair votes nay.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
If you'd have voted no, you were thinking.
You don't understand it, I'll tell you later.
I understand.
No, you don't. Not even close.
Ty wouldn't pass.
Not even close, Larry.
No, I'll tell you what, we'll have that discussion.
At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Sullivan back
We're not
for the
doing
budget.
51?
Right?
What is 51?
Well, deal with this. He has to go back to
Is
Rhode
he still,
Island.
is he still
Oh,
under
it
oath?
is Prius.
Is he what?
Is he still under oath?
Yes, he's still under oath.
No, just a man, he's gonna get divorced. He stays on this leg. He's gonna get divorced.
She wants him to stay out there so the party continues.
A lot of it will be.
I don't know if that's any good. I mean, she vouches for it. We got real problems.
Tell us something good.
Would you please address the budget as it stands as of this minute?
As of this minute, a little while ago, we have a balanced budget in this document, and it coincides with the school committee's vote.
So we are going to the town meeting with a balanced budget.
Correct.
All right. Could you recap the last adjustments that were made so everybody knows what they are? I mean, because there were some pretty significant compromises made.
There were, and I would ask that everybody turns to page 5 of 6, and we'll be working in the FY13 proposed budget column. For the first spot I'll go to is the education. The school committee voted for a number of $25,140,794, which will be approximately $250,000 less than level funded. So that would be,
Do that again, please.
yes, $25,140,794 from the net school spending. And that's $250,000 less than what they were funded at in FY12. The non-net school spending is level funded at $1,341,652 for a total of $26,482,446.
So the members know the vote of the school committee tonight was 3-2 in favor of that number.
Do you know who voted which way on this, just out of curiosity?
No,
Okay.
I just, Mr. By.
Okay.
Mr. Trudell.
Does this have any effect, which I expect not, on the debt exclusions or the overriding in 2.5?
I wouldn't know about that information, that'd be their decision.
No, it has no effect on the debt solutions and overrides. What it does do is everything that we've been presented as what would happen if they were level funded is what is going to be enforced, but they also have now an additional 250 to cut as well. Could you continue on with the budget? Let's hear the rest of it too.
You will see that there has been an adjustment to the town's bottom line. And speaking with Treasurer Collector Foster, we were able to borrow short-term on what it would be the bonding for the projects, which were the town hall virtualization, the backhoe, the street sweeper, and push that off so that there will not be a principal payment in FY13. The extra interest cost of that is $2,107. The projects being just completed, we would have bonded either for, it would be approximately right around now, or we do a temporary 90-day note, which means that it would go into July 1st, so you wouldn't have a payment until the FY14.
Now, my understanding, he's also converted some 5-year bonds to 10-year bonds, but it was done through the state, so there's no bonding agencies involved.
Correct, he's using the State House notes. That way, we don't have to worry about our bond rating on those.
Do we know the interest rate?
I do not know that. Could you find that?
Very low though, isn't it?
They've been 2%.
2%?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, continue on.
What that did was provided us with approximately $268,750. Where I put that back in on the town side was to refund the 3.75% reductions that would have been in the salary lines. The reason for that is, to be blunt, it did not look good that unions would accept reductions to everyone's salary. It was heading to the layoffs, which means, well, layoffs are expensive. So if it was $268,000 we were going to cover, I think an average about $37,000 for a non-department head employee. We were looking at about 7-8 employees laid off. Then what would also happen is we'd have to cover the unemployment, which would be probably another 3 employees. Then if any of them had any holidays or pays due, you're probably speaking another employee to cover that as well. So that approximately, by doing this, it saved approximately 12 jobs you could put it to. So if you think about it that way, it'd be the 268,000 would actually increase to probably closer to, and this is just a number off the top of my head, closer to 400,000 altogether. Layoffs are expensive. It's not a dollar for dollar cut.
The school is either cutting or not filling some 26 positions.
Correct.
Where does the town stand, not so much by what department, but where does the town stand as far as unfilled and cut positions?
At this point right here, it represents 6.5 positions that will not be funded.
Are any of those positions in public safety?
3 would be police officers, 2 patrolmen, 1 of the administration, and lieutenant position.
Are there projected retirements this year?
I don't have projected retirements. I haven't been given those. Part of the thought would be that obviously retirements are better than layoffs, if you will. That's the best way to achieve attrition.
I would remind the committee that in Dr. Rabinowitz's presentation, there were 8 retirements of senior teachers. Anything else? Continue on. Give them really bad news about the reserve fund.
Yeah, I saw that.
The finance committee the finance committee reserve fund will be reduced by $35,000 to $100,000.
Which effectively reduces the town's opportunities for covering unexpected expenses. It's cut 35,000.
Right.
And if it isn't, and if that 100,000 isn't used, then it all falls into free cash.
One of the other ones from the last budget, I believe you had seen, the streetlights account is being funded at $100,000.
That's the Austin streetlights.
Yes.
So the generator's back on.
So we're not turning them off.
The lights are on.
Probably most critical of that presented is the fact that, that fund historically has not been used. It's fallen to free cash. Along the level of the 60,000. The 60,000 is based on knowledge. Yeah.
Right.
Anything else?
It's slightly down from
It had
we're
been
projecting 110, it's down $10,000 from this year's projection.
The lifeguards, again, are not being funded. That's a service that will not be provided.
No lifeguards this year?
No lifeguards.
You and me, Cam.
So in the capital items that they wanted, none of them, there's no capital items?
There are no capital items.
So the defibrillators are gone too,
I
huh?
need a motion for favorable action.
So moved.
Second for discussion.
Second, no such thing as second for discussion. but
Second for
Mr.
complaining.
McDonald.
Is that better?
Whining?
Second for whining.
Discussion?
No. Anybody but me.
Mr. McDonald?
I agree. We need to go in with a level funded budget. And maybe from our standpoint, we have no real power over day to day. But there are numbers in here that don't make sense to me. Overall, the budget, I think, works. It has to be zero. There's issues everywhere, but I just think when we go to town meeting, this is gonna get torn to bits over some of the decisions that were made and were not made.
There's explanations that I'll have, I'm sure Mr. Sullivan will be glad to sit down with you and give you a practice what he's gonna have to present at town meeting. I don't think the cuts are baseless. They're not baseless.
No, but
There's
there
a
are.
real lot on the table here, and,
Did I say baseless?
yeah, they're not baseless.
I said decisions that weren't made and decisions that were made. That's what I said. They are based, some of these cuts I agree with. There's some thought in there, but there are other cuts that weren't made and cuts that were made that may cause more people, it's just,
I understand, but that's what.
but I never said they were baseless.
That's what came from the day-to-day people, that's all we can say on that, all right?
All right.
And
Done.
that's where it came from. Mr. Paulson? Anyone else have any other comments?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Scatoli?
Just for clarification, Derek, you said that was taking back the salary cut. Is this still based on a 5-day a week, or are we still talking 4-day a week, work day?
We're still looking for the 4-day work week,
Okay.
and that would have to be bargained. If that does not work out,
that would lead to approximately $40,000 in cuts we'd have to make.
Okay, so we're still kind of on the fence as to whether the unions are gonna play ball with it.
Yeah, we'd have to bargain it with them. And,
Okay.
you know, I'm sure there's pros and cons on their side as to what they would see with that.
Okay, thank you.
I understand there's also even a problem with the school department is in the building, so that can cause.
I don't think I would be able to physically get them out, even if I
Okay.
wanted to.
I know
They'll be
that
in there on
there's infections about
Fridays.
closing it on Friday, it's not the entire building floor. One portion will still remain open. Any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
I just would like to say that from where we've come from a month ago, I have seen a lot of hard work going into this budget. And as the town moderator, I want to say I really appreciate that hard work, because a month ago, I really had a lot of concerns going into town meeting that we were going in with an unbalanced budget with a huge deficit. And I just want to commend those that worked to get this done. There was a lot of work put into this.
Yeah. Mr. Paul?
I would make, to that point, and I'd like to just make a point that I've made before, and I'll make it again. We've got an $87 million liability for under GASB 45, and we're not tackling it. It's a big number. It can play healthcare repairing, and at some point we've got to recognize that and start funding it. You know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any, you know,
Go ahead, I mean, you know, we also have 20 million on the pension, or actually 16 million on the pension. I understand that the pension is gonna probably get worse over the next couple of years as the interest rates drop.
every year goes by, we're adding another $1 million or $2 million to that.
As well as all the equipment that we have been maintaining and replacing.
But this is an operating issue as opposed to a capital issue. I take your point.
I understand.
We're just kidding ourselves.
Any other comments? Anyone? Mr. Pradal?
I'm just waiting for a vote.
Motion to adjourn?
I'm ready.
Nice try, John.
I tried.
You know,
I would second.
I'm gonna make very fast comment. I don't think there's a single person in this town that should be satisfied with this budget. Right? But this is the only reality that we have right now.
I agree with
And
that.
for every item that I think that should be increased, I'm sure you'll have a better one, as will everyone else. The problem is how do we get there? The day-to-day people, it was their job to put it together, all right? And I will tell you, they agonize.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, they agonize, that's all, they agonize. Have a motion for favorable action on Article 6. I think I already have it, don't I already have the motion.
Can double with it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 710. No. Have you covered all the articles?
No.
You're not even close.
There we are. We got three,
We
four.
have, I'm assuming that everybody has read Article 43.
Yeah.
Have a motion for favorable action.
43.
It's
Well, we
to
still have to
amend
move.
the earth removal regulations. Do I have McDonald? Do I have a second?
Oh, we have 42.
Second.
Is that what it is?
And a second? Mr. Gray, any discussion?
I want to know how this can keep coming up. When we voted down at town meeting, how does this keep, this is just an abuse of town meeting.
Fourth vote.
Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? 080. Would anyone like to write the majority opinion? Mrs. Bronk, congratulations.
She's already writing it.
No.
Congratulations, Mrs. Bronk.
It's already written.
Article 44 has to do with nitrogen fixing.
Oh,
So let's go for the double.
oh, don't even go here.
I assume that everyone has read the
Yes.
nitrogen
Yes.
fixing article, okay? I need a
No, we want
motion
you
for
to read it.
favorable action.
What do you go for two?
Mr. McDonald, second.
I'll second it.
Mr. Paulson. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor, signify by an aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions?
I abstain.
071.
What?
Abstain. Please. Article 46. There was a... Not there, thank you.
What was that, where?
There's a question
Article
on
46. I lost my word. Article 46 is to remove the restriction on unfair tavern.
Didn't we have that one held for some reason or something?
There it is.
They just put that on a couple of years ago, didn't they? Why are
They
they?
did,
They did talk about this the other
You
day.
know why they did it? They did it
Yeah,
to
motion for
historical
favorable
money,
action,
our
please.
CPC money, and we didn't move it down, that's what happened, remember?
Motion for favorable action. Need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's hard to say.
Trying to look it up. Do we have a second?
Sure, second.
Which one is this?
This is 46.
Okay.
Has everyone read the explanation?
No, I don't have the explanation.
I sent it to her,
I
but
know,
sent
but I
it
don't
up to
print
the
it.
warrant.
I can't print it, I can look at it,
Well, I
that's it.
have to voice my opinion on it, though.
Maybe I heard them talk about it in front of the selectmen. That might have
Careful
been-
of what you ask for, that's all I'm gonna say.
Yep.
They put it through the historical society and everything so they could get CPC money to do over the front facade and everything, and then it got turned down. Now they wanna bail out of the historical society, like I say, be careful what you ask for. Yes. The board, chief, the chairman is,
So what's the short of end of
Wait,
it?
wait.
Short of the end of it, let's, we don't have enough information to vote on it, let's table it, and we've done that before, we can go to
The
the...
gentleman in the peanut
Pardon?
gallery.
peanut gallery.
So he's not a member of the,
I'm the director of the Historical Society.
are you still the director of the Historical
Yes, I
Society?
am. Mr. Seidel.
Take that.
Am I wrong, Alan?
Yes, you're wrong.
I'm wrong? Oh, damn.
The work was done
All work was done.
on the front of the building, money was taken and used. The problem is that the historical preservation restriction, as constituted by the way the town wrote it, requires the historical society to put replacement insurance value on the building, which far exceeds what the historical society can afford. That's why they're asking for that preservation restriction to be taken up. The work was done by
Who paid for it?
CPA funded, over $3,000 to $4,000.
How much? Who?
$3,000 to $4,000 total.
The CPC did?
CPA funds.
So
It
say
got
that-
voted down at town
No,
hall.
it did not. Not this one.
Can you say that again?
They can't afford the insurance.
Webster Hall
Who
got,
ended it?
Webster Hall got voted.
The historical preservation restriction, if you look
Okay.
at that sets it up, the way they write the restriction,
Yeah.
it requires certain things to be done. And
Mhm.
someone has to hold the restriction as well.
Okay.
It requires the historical society to cover,
I'm
to
wrong.
carry insurance,
Wrong
to cover
place.
at a value.
First
That
time.
the historical
No.
society can't afford the
Please.
insurance policy. Far exceeds the cost of what the money was every year. So they're asking for the restriction to be removed, so they don't have to pay that insurance money. It's still gonna end up being a historical district eventually, they're working on it, so there's still protection, they just don't wanna have that historical restriction, which requires that insurance.
Mr. Trudell?
I'm really having trouble grasping the concept here. First of all, the historical society can't afford to pay the insurance, so we wanna take it out of the historical preservation issue. How is this going to help pay the insurance?
It won't be insurance.
Oh.
They have normal insurance in the buildings. They're not fully insured, they're underinsured. The historical preservation restriction, the way it's set up in Massachusetts, the way it's read by the town put together, requires them to cover insurance and replacement costs of the buildings, which is far more than what they currently have.
it would cost $2,000 to $3,000 at least per year to carry the extra insurance. Which in 1 year alone is more than what they get from the county CCP insurance. And that would be every year going forward forever.
Question.
Yes,
It needs to be
Tilly?
burns down.
By the restrictions or procedures of CPA, CPC, whatever, since funding was given and the restriction is now removed, are they required to return the funding?
They can if they want, but actually what happens with the CPA program, it's turned out that even though the information was given out, you had to have historical preservation restriction. It actually turns out you don't have to have them do CPA.
Any other comment? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 8-0. Article 51, wind energy. See if town will repeal Article 5, Section 580, wind energy in its entirety, all host raising measures for the zoning bylaws for the town of Wareham. Have a motion to favorable action?
51.
A motion for favorable action.
Is there a second? Second. We have no explanation on the article, by the way. We've requested it several times. We haven't received it, and nobody's stepped forward to speak to the article.
There's somebody behind us.
I'm sorry?
Him again.
Well, in that case, move up to the front.
What is,
What do you want to say? Really, because nobody can hear you on the back. This article's going to probably be contentious.
This is done by an individual. I think it's the, I'll explain what it is and then you can.
Please.
It's done by an individual, it's not done by the board.
51, it's in by Brenda, actually.
refresh my memory, but didn't this come up once before?
Yes,
Several times.
It's,
Pull it out.
this particular article came up and was passed last year. There was a defect in notification to the surrounding towns, and therefore the Attorney General's office threw out the vote that was voted for it. What this does is back about, I'm not sure how many years ago, but when the school department decided they wanted to do a wind turbine, the town basically passed a zoning bylaw change to put a wind turbine, law in place so they could do it. It stayed on the books, it never got removed. And what's happening here is the person submitting that wants to remove all mention of any allowable wind turbine projects of any kind in the zoning bylaws. That's what that basically does.
Mr. Trudell?
Personally, I think we should defer all action on this because the individual who stood up at town meeting and explained how critical this was last year will probably have to stand up and explain why it wasn't so critical last year.
Question.
Okay.
If it's changed to a zoning bylaw,
Removes the zoning bylaw.
It's the repeal. It's
to
the repeal.
repeal a zoning bylaw, I mean, I understand that it's a petition article, but shouldn't the zoning board have some review as to whether this is a good idea or not? Yes.
My understanding is, if you're asking for my opinion through you, Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I believe this does require a public hearing. It does require notice in the paper, it does require notification to all of the surrounding towns.
Okay.
Correct. It has not come before the planning board yet.
Okay.
It sounds like
Any
a
further
good idea.
comment? Any further discussion? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Slavin. Seeing none, all those in favor? All opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? 0-8-0.
Motion to adjourn?
No. Article 1, choose dwelling officers, 1 selectman, 3 years, 1 second, 3 years, 2 second, for 3 years, 1 assessor for a term of 1 year. Choose school committee members for a term of 3 years, 1 housing authority for a term of 5 years, and 1 deputy town moderator for a term of 3 years, or to do or act relative thereof. A motion for favorable action.
Make a motion for favorable action.
Second. Discussion, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 0-0. Article number 4. To act upon the reports of the selectmen and the school committee as required by statute, and upon any other reports from officers and committees to consider it expedient to do so, or to act in any manner relative thereto.
Motion
Favorable action? Second?
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 800. Got all the articles?
Complete.
All right, the last, committee business is, chair's appointing Mrs. Catoli as the community events appointee from the FinCom.
Thank you very much.
Okay, like to announce, I guess we renewed. Okay, vacancies, we have 3 members whose term will end, and we also have a member who is resigning. So we have 4 positions available. Anyone who wishes to renew should let us know right away. If you'd like people to submit any applications, we'll advertise this by town meeting so that we can.
Whose term is up?
Whose
That
term
has
is up?
Yeah, that has a Bonnie.
The other side of the table.
Oh, all 3 of you?
You're not gonna have to look at them anymore.
Oh.
You need to fill out an application?
The renewals do not need to fill out an application, I believe, correct?
Frank, I didn't notice.
Right, renewals do not have to.
They do have to send
However-
a letter of interest to renew.
Yes, okay, I'm sorry. You have to send a letter of interest.
I'm interested.
Just to some interest, to the whole, which is Madam Moderator.
To Madam
Can I
Moderator.
email it?
Thank
To the appointing authority, care of the chairman.
I will let you know that I will be submitting that letter.
Help you write it, or?
Alright.
I have
I don't write that, you know.
In line with that, all right, our reorganization, normally what we do is we reorganize, I believe, in June, which would be the 2nd week of June. All right, at that point, and also we have, the appointing authority will meet and will elect the new members. All right, and as typical in the past, the presiding chair that we have right now for this year will vote on the members as part of the member appointing authority. Yes.
And, we need to think about something in capital planning next year.
That would be, I think, the new chairman.
Okay.
All right, David is advising that we need a new person for capital planning as well. There was one other thing I was gonna say, and made me forget it. All right, we have a public hearing on next Wednesday. It's been advertised in the paper. We always have to have one before we go to town meeting. The warrant will go out for printing on Monday. I need all your explanations, if you've been asked to write or whatever. Kelly and I are gonna meet Friday morning to go through and edit everything, get it all prepared so that it can go out on Monday. Please remember that this weekend, there's two holidays, 2 religious holidays going on this weekend, so it makes it a little tough. All right, so if you get all that stuff to us as quickly as you could, we'll have the hearing. Right now, I see no reason for us to meet on the 18th, unless somebody can think of something, which I think everybody would like a break before we go to town meeting. This is gonna be a record, right? I do reserve the right to call a meeting on the 23rd. Mrs. Brown?
If somebody would tell me the ones that I'm responsible for, I think I know, but I'm not sure. I want to just double check.
Do we know? We'll contact you in the morning, okay?
You email me?
Pardon? Melissa? Oh, wow.
Well, aren't we?
Hold on a second. Wait a
Yeah.
minute. No, we just did some tonight.
Yeah, she was.
We're gonna have to check our notes.
Far away.
I know, you wanted to write one on the 1966, correct?
Right.
Did you wanna write one on the earth? I mean, we're not required to.
Okay.
If I make a motion, I have to write something?
Which one?
That's when you wrote.
Most of them have been written.
Okay,
All
so
right.
yeah. So
There was
that's
one on- there was one-
43 and 44.
There was 23,
43 and 44.
but there was one other one.
Yeah, I know.
I had you for,
That's what but I'm not sure which one it is.
and I have received other ones.
Was it school?
We'll contact you if anything's short. We're just gonna ask you to throw something real quick. We still have a lot of work to do. All right, I don't think there's any liaison reports tonight, even if we don't really want to hear them. Approval of the minutes for March 14th.
So moved. Yeah, second.
Don seconded them. All those in favor? Opposed? Minutes for March 21st.
Motion to accept.
Mr. Cameron, second. All in favor? Opposed? Minutes for March 28th. Motion to approve. Mr. Paulson?
Yes.
Second.
Mr. Cameron, second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion to adjourn?
Hang on one second.
Wait a second. I abstained on the 21st and the 28th.
Okay.
I
Because he
wasn't
wasn't
here.
here.
I may not be with you until later in the evening on the 11th.
Okay, we just need to have a quorum.
That's
It's
what
not
I
gonna be a
was-
very large agenda, it should be a very short meeting.
That's what I was gonna ask, is that, can you get a quorum without David?
I thought you were just
Is
like
it,
that.
is it still 6:30?
Pardon?
Still
It
6:30?
would be 6:30. Can we get a quorum for that evening, please?
Yep,
I'll be here.
I'll be here.
What night are you talking about?
Quorum on Wednesday the 11th.
I'll be here.
Dick and, all right. Like I said, I'll try to keep the meeting absolutely as short as possible. We've handled all the problems.
Don't forget pre-town meeting on the 12th.
Oh, I'm not going. All right, pre-town meeting on the, pre-town meeting on the 12th also, which is what?
Motion
Next
for
Thursday.
Chairman to apologize to our town moderators.
Motion to adjourn,
So moved.
second?
Second.
No discussion.
Frank,
No
All in
vote.
favor? Opposed?
Frank, does the debt exclusion on the buses, Article 18 sound familiar, that was mine?